Section 17 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by laurencetrask. The Natural History, Volume 3 by Pliny the Elder, translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 17. Chapter 28. The Trees of Ethiopia. Ethiopia, which borders upon Egypt, has in general no remarkable trees, with the exception of the wool-bearing ones, of which we have had occasion to speak in our description of the trees of India and Arabia. However, the produce of the tree of Ethiopia bears a much stronger resemblance to wool, and the follicle is much larger, being very similar in appearance to a pomegranate. As for the trees, they are otherwise similar in every respect. Besides this tree, there are some palms, of which we have spoken already. In describing the islands along the coast of Ethiopia, we have already made mention of their trees and their odoriferous forests. Chapter 29. The trees of Mount Atlas, the citrus, and the tables made of the wood thereof. Mount Atlas is said to possess a forest of trees of a peculiar character, of which we have already spoken. In the vicinity of this mountain is Mauritania, a country which abounds in the citrus, a tree which gave rise to the mania for fine tables, an extravagance with which the women reproach the men when they complain of their vast outlay upon pearls. There is preserved to the present day a table which belonged to M. Cicero, and for which, notwithstanding his comparatively moderate means, and what is even more surprising still, at that day too, he gave no less than 1,000,000 sesterces. We find mention made also of one belonging to Gallus Asinius, which cost 1,100,000 sesterces. 2 tables were also sold by auction which had belonged to King Juba. The price fetched by one was 1,200,000 sesterces, and that of the other something less. There has been lately destroyed by fire a table which came down from the family of the Carthagi, which had also been sold for the sum of 1,400,000 sesterces, the price of a considerable domain, if anyone indeed could be found who would give so large a sum for an estate. The largest table that has ever yet been known was one that belonged to Ptolemaeus, king of Mauritania. It was made of 2 semicircumferences, joined together down the middle, being 4 feet and a half in diameter, and 1/4 of a foot in thickness. The most wonderful fact, however, connected with it was the surprising skill with which the joining had been concealed, and which rendered it more valuable than if it had been by nature a single piece of wood. The largest table that is made of a single piece of wood is the one that takes its name from Nomius, a freedman of Tiberius Caesar. The diameter of it is 4 feet, short by 3/4 of an inch, and it is 1/2 a foot in thickness, less the same fraction. While speaking upon this subject, I ought not to omit to mention that the Emperor Tiberius had a table that exceeded 4 feet in diameter by 2 inches and 1/4, and was 1.5 inches in thickness. This, however, was only covered with a veneer of citrus wood, while that which belonged to his freedman Nomius was so costly, the whole material of which it was composed being knotted wood. These knots are properly a disease or excrescence of the root, and those used for this purpose are more particularly esteemed which have lain entirely concealed underground. They are much more rare than those that grow above ground, and that are to be found on the branches also. Thus, to speak correctly, that which we buy at so vast a price is in reality a defect in the tree. Of the size and root of it, a notion may be easily formed from the circular sections of its trunk. The tree resembles the wild female cypress in its foliage, smell, and the appearance of the trunk. A spot called Mount Ancararius in nearer Mauritania, used formerly to furnish the most esteemed citrus wood, but at the present day the supply is quite exhausted. Chapter 30. The points that are desirable or otherwise in these tables. The principal merit of these tables is to have veins arranged in waving lines, or else forming spirals like so many little whirlpools. In the former arrangement, the lines run in an oblong direction, for which reason these are called tiger tables, while in the latter the marks are circling and spiral, and hence they are styled panther tables. There are some tables also with wavy undulating marks, and which are more particularly esteemed if these resemble the eyes on a peacock's tail. Next in esteem to these, last as well as those previously mentioned, is the veined wood, covered as it were with dense masses of grain, for which reason these tables have received the name apiate. But the color of the wood is the quality that is held in the highest esteem of all, that of wine mixed with honey being the most prized, the veins being peculiarly refulgent. Next to the color, it is the size that is prized. At the present day, whole trunks are greatly admired, and sometimes several are united in a single table. The peculiar defects in these kinds of tables are woodiness, such being the name given to the table when the wood is dull, common-looking, indistinct, or else has mere simple marks upon it, resembling the leaves of the plane tree. Also, when it resembles the veins of the holm oak or the color of that tree, and a fault to which it is peculiarly liable from the effect of heat or wind, when it has flaws in it, or hair-like lines resembling flaws, when it has a black mark, too, running through it, resembling a murena in appearance, various streaks that look like crow scratches, or knots like poppy heads, of a color all over approaching to black, or blotches of a sickly hue. The barbarous tribes bury this wood in the ground while green, first giving it a coat of wax. When it comes to the workmen's hands, they put it for 7 days beneath a heap of corn, and then take it out for as many more. It is quite surprising how greatly it loses in weight by this process. Shipwrecks have recently taught us also that this wood is dried by the action of sea water, and that it thereby acquires a hardness and a degree of density which render it proof against corruption. No other method is equally sure to produce these results. These tables are kept best and shine with the greatest luster when rubbed with the dry hand, more particularly just after bathing. As if this wood had been created for the behoof of wine, it receives no injury from it. As this tree is one among the elements of more civilized life, I think that it is as well on the present occasion to dwell a little further upon it. It is known to Homer even, and in the Greek it is known by the name of thyon, or sometimes thia. He says that the wood of this tree was among the unguents that were burnt for their pleasant odor by Circe, whom he would present as being a goddess, a circumstance which shows the great mistake committed by those who suppose that perfumes are meant under that name, seeing that in the very same line he says that cedar and larch were burnt along with this wood, a thing that clearly proves that it is only of different trees that he is speaking. Theophrastus, an author who wrote in an age succeeding that of Alexander the Great, and about the year of the city of Rome 440, has awarded a very high rank to this tree, stating that it is related that the raftering of the ancient temples used to be made of this wood, and that the timber, when employed in roofs, will last forever, so to say, being proof against all decay, quite incorruptible, in fact. He also says that there is nothing more full of wavy veins than the root of this tree, and that there is no workmanship in existence more precious than that made of this material. The finest kind of citrus grows, he says, in the vicinity of the temple of Jupiter Hammon. He states also that it is produced in the lower part of Cyrenaica. He has made no mention, however, of the tables that are made of it. Indeed, we have no more ancient accounts of them than those of the time of Cicero, from which it would appear that they are a comparatively recent invention. Chapter 31. The Citron-tree. There is another tree also which has the name of citrus, and bears a fruit that is held by some persons in particular dislike for its smell and remarkable bitterness, while on the other hand there are some who esteem it very highly. This tree is used as an ornament to houses. It requires, however, no further description. Chapter 32. The Lotus. Africa, too, at least that part of it which looks towards our shores, produces a remarkable tree, the lotus, by some known as the celtis, which has also been naturalized in Italy, though it has been somewhat modified by the change of soil. The finest quality of lotus is that found in the vicinity of Syrtes and among the Nasamones. It is the same size as the pear tree, although Cornelius Nepos states to the effect that it is but short. The leaves have numerous incisions, just as with those of the holm oak. There are many varieties of the lotus, which are characterized more particularly by the difference in their respective fruits. The fruit is of about the size of a bean, and its color is that of saffron, though before it is ripe it is continually changing its tints, like the grape. It has branches thickly set with leaves, like the myrtle, and not as with us in Italy, like the cherry. In the country to which this tree is indigenous, the fruit of it is so remarkably sweet and luscious that it has even given its name to a whole territory, and to a nation, who by their singular hospitality have even seduced strangers who have come among them to lose all remembrance of their native country. It is said also that those who eat this fruit are subject to no maladies of the stomach. The fruit which has no stone in the inside is the best. This stone in the other kind seems to be of an osseous nature. A wine is also extracted from this fruit very similar to honeyed wine. According to Nepos, however, it will not last above 10 days. He states also that the berries are chopped up with alicia, and then put away in casks for the table. Indeed, we read that armies have been fed upon this food when marching to and fro through the territory of Africa. The wood is of a black color, and is held in high esteem for making flutes. From the root they also manufacture handles for knives, and various other small articles. Such is the nature of the tree that is so called in Africa, the same name being also given to a certain herb and to a stalk that grows in Egypt, belonging to the marsh plants. This last plant springs up when the waters of the Nile have retired after its overflow. Its stalk is similar to that of the bean, and its leaves are numerous and grow in thick clusters, but are shorter and more slender than those of the bean. The fruit grows on the head of the plant, and is similar in appearance to a poppy in its indentaceous, and all its other characteristics. Within there are small grains, similar to those of millet. The inhabitants lay these heads in large heaps, and there let them rot, after which they separate the grain from the residue by washing, and then dry it. When this is done, they pound it, and then use it as flour for making a kind of bread. What is stated in addition to these particulars is a very singular fact. It is said that when the sun sets, these poppy heads shut and cover themselves in the leaves, and at sunrise they open again, an alternation which continues until the fruit is perfectly ripe, and the flower, which is white, falls off. Even more than this of the lotus of the Euphrates, it is said that the head and flower of the plant at nightfall sink into the water, and there remains till midnight, so deep in the water that on thrusting in one's arm, the head cannot be reached. After midnight it commences to return upwards, and gradually becomes more and more erect till sunrise, when it emerges entirely from the water and opens its flower, after which it still continues to rise until at last it is to be seen raised quite aloft, high above the level of the water. This lotus has a root about the size of a quince, enveloped in a black skin, similar to that with which the chestnut is covered. The substance that lies within this skin is white and forms very pleasant food, but is better cooked, either in water or upon hot ashes, than in a raw state. Swine fatten upon nothing better than the peelings of this root. Chapter 33. The trees of Cyrenaica. The paliurus. The region of Cyrenaica places before the lotus its paliurus, which is more like a shrub in character, and bears a fruit of redder color. This fruit contains a nut, the kernel of which is eaten by itself, and is of a very agreeable flavor. The taste of it is improved by wine, and in fact the juices are thought to be an improvement to wine. The interior of Africa, as far as the Garamantes and the desert, is covered with palms, remarkable for their extraordinary size and the lusciousness of their fruit. The most celebrated are those in the vicinity of the temple of Jupiter Hammon. Chapter 34. 9 varieties of the Punic apple, balaustium. But the vicinity of Carthage is claimed more particularly as its own by the fruit the name of which is the Punic apple, though by some it is called granatum. This fruit has been distinguished into a variety of kinds, the name of apronium being given to the one which has no woody seeds inside, but is naturally whiter than the others, the pips being of more agreeable flavor, and the membranes by which they are separated not so bitter. Their conformation in other respects, which is very similar to the partitions of the cells in the honeycomb, is much the same in all. Of those that have a kernel there are 5 kinds, the sweet, the acrid, the mixed, the acid, and the vinous. Those of Samos and Egypt are distinguished into those with red, and those with white foliage. The skin, while the fruit is yet sour, is held in high esteem for tanning leather. The flower of this tree is known by the name of balaustium, and is very useful for medicinal purposes, also for dyeing cloths, a color from which it has derived its name. End of section 17. Recording by LaurenceTrask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com.
Section 18 of The Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 18. Chapter 35. The Trees of Asia and Greece, the Epipactis, the Erica, the Cnidian grain, or Thymelia, Pyrosacne, Nestron, or Sneoron. In Asia and Greece are produced the following shrubs: the Epipactis, by some known as Elaborine, the leaves of which are of small size, and when taken in drink, are an antidote against poison, just in the same way that those of the Erica are a specific against the sting of the serpent. Here is also found another shrub, upon which grows the grain of Snudos, by some known as Linum, the name of the shrub itself being Thymelia, while others, again, call it Camellia, others Pyrosacne, others Nestron, and others Sneorum. It bears a strong resemblance to the wild olive, but has a narrow leaf, which has a gummy taste in the mouth. The shrub is of about the size of the myrtle. Its seed is of the same color and appearance, but it is solely used for medicinal purposes. Chapter 36. The tragion, tragacanthe. The island of Crete is the only place that produces the shrub called tragion. It is similar in appearance to the terebinth, a similarity which extends to the seed even, said to be remarkably efficacious for healing wounds made by arrows. The same island produces tragacanthe, also, with a root which resembles that of the white thorn. It is very much preferred to that which is grown in Media or Casia. The price at which it sells is 3 denarii per pound. Chapter 37. The tragos, or scorpio, the myrica or brya, the ostries. Asia, too, produces the tragos, or scorpio, a thorny shrub, destitute of leaves, with red clusters upon it that are employed in medicine. Italy produces the myrica, which some persons call tamarix, and acacia, the wild brya, remarkable for the circumstance that it is only the cultivated kind that bears a fruit, not unlike the gall-nut. In Syria and Egypt this plant is very abundant. It is to the trees of this last country that we are given the name of unhappy, but yet those of Greece are more unhappy still, for that country produces the tree known as ostries, or, as it is sometimes called, ostrea, a solitary tree that grows about rocks washed by the water, and very similar in the bark and branches to the ash. It resembles the pear tree in its leaves, which, however, are a little longer and thicker, with wrinkled indentations running down the whole length of the leaf. The seed of this tree resembles barley in form and color. The wood is hard and solid. It is said that if it is introduced into a house, it is productive of painful deliveries and shocking deaths. Chapter 38. The euonymos. There is no tree productive of a more auspicious presage than one which grows in the Isle of Lesbos, and is known by the name euonymos. It bears some resemblance to the pomegranate tree, the leaf being in size between the leaf of that and the leaf of the laurel, while in shape and softness it resembles that of the pomegranate tree. It has a white blossom, by which it immediately gives us notice of its dangerous properties. It bears a pod very similar to that of sesame, within which there is a grain of quadrangular shape, of coarse make and poisonous to animals. The leaf, too, has the same noxious effects. Sometimes, however, a speedy alvine discharge is found to give relief on some occasions. Chapter 39. The tree called Aeon. Alexander Cornelius has called a tree by the name of Aeon, with the wood of which, he says, the ship Argo was built. This tree has on it a mistletoe similar to that of the oak, which is proof against all injury from either fire or water, in the same manner, in fact, as that of no other tree known. This tree, however, appears to have been known to no other author that I am aware of. Chapter 40. The Andrachle. Nearly all the Greek writers interpret the name of the tree called Andrachle as meaning the same as purslane, whereas purslane is, in reality, a herb, and, with the difference of a single letter, is called Andrachne. The Andrachle is a wild tree which never grows in the plain country, and is similar to the arbute tree in appearance, only that its leaves are smaller and never fall off. The bark, too, is not rough, but might be taken to be frozen all over, so truly wretched is its appearance. Chapter 41. The Coccygia, the Apharse. Similar too in leaf to the preceding tree is the Coccygia, though not so large. It has this peculiarity, that it loses its fruit while still in the downy state. They then call it pappus, a thing that happens to no other tree. The Apharse is another tree that is similar to the Andrachle, and like it bears twice in the year. Just as the grape is beginning to flower, the first fruit is ripening, while the second fruit ripens at the commencement of winter. Of what nature this fruit is we do not find stated. Chapter 42. The Ferula. We ought to place the Ferula also in the number of exotics, and as making one of the trees. For, in fact, we distinguish the trees into several different kinds. It is the nature of some to have wood entirely in place of bark, or, in other words, on the outside, while in the interior, in place of wood, there is a fungus kind of pith, like that of the elder. Others, again, are hollow within, like the reed. The ferula grows in hot countries and in places beyond sea, the stalk being divided into knotted joints. There are two kinds of it, that which grows upwards into the great height the Greeks call by the name of narthex, while the other, which never rises far from the ground, is known as the narthisa. From the joints very large leaves shoot forth, the largest lying nearest to the ground. In other respects it has the same nature as the anise, which it resembles also in its fruit. The wood of no shrub is lighter than this. Hence it is very easily carried, and the stalks of it make good walking sticks for the aged. Chapter 43. The Thapsia. The seed of the ferula has been by some persons called Thapsia, deceived, no doubt, by what is really the fact, that the Thapsia is a ferula, but of a peculiar kind, with leaves like those of fennel, and a hollow stalk not exceeding a walking stick in length. The seed is like that of the ferula, and the root of the plant is white. When an incision is made in the Thapsia, a milky juice oozes from it, and, when pounded, it produces a kind of juice. The bark even is never thrown away. All these parts of the shrub are poisonous, and, indeed, it is productive of injurious effects to those engaged in digging it up. For if the slightest wind should happen to be blowing towards them from the shrub, the body begins to swell, and erysipelas attacks the face. It is for this reason that, before beginning to work, they anoint the face all over with a solution of wax. Still, however, the medical men say that, mixed with other ingredients, it is of considerable use in the treatment of some diseases. It is employed also for the cure of scald head, and for the removal of black and blue spots upon the skin, as if, indeed, we were really at a loss for remedies in such cases, without having recourse to things of so deadly a nature. These plants, however, act their part in serving as a pretext for the introduction of noxious agents, and so great is the effrontery now displayed, that people would absolutely persuade one that poisons are a requisite adjunct to the practice of the medicinal art. The thapsia of Africa is the most powerful of all. Some persons make an incision in the stalk at harvest time, and bore holes in the root, too, to let the juice flow. After it has become quite dry, they take it away. Others, again, pound the leaves, stalk, and root in a mortar, and after drying the juice in the sun, divide it into lozenges. Nero Caesar, at the beginning of his reign, conferred considerable celebrity on this plant. In his nocturnal skirmishes, it so happened that he received several contusions on the face, upon which he anointed it with a mixture composed of thapsia, frankincense, and wax, and so contrived the next day effectually to give the lie to all rumors by appearing with a whole skin. It is a well-known fact that fire is kept alight remarkably well in the hollow stalk of the ferula, and that for this purpose those of Egypt are the best. Chapter 44. The Capparis, or Cinnabaston, otherwise Ophiostaphyle. In Egypt, too, the Capparis is found, a shrub with a wood of much greater solidity. The seed of it is a well-known article of food, and is mostly gathered together with the stalk. It is well, however, to be on our guard against the foreign kinds, for that of Arabia has certain deleterious properties, that from Africa is injurious to the gums, and that from America is prejudicial to the womb and causes flatulence in all the organs. That of Apulia, too, is productive of vomiting, and causes derangement in the stomach and intestines. Some persons call the shrub Cynospaton, others again Ophiostaphyle. Chapter 45. The Serifa. The Serifa, too, that grows on the banks of the Nile, is one of the shrub genus. It is generally about 2 cubits in height, and of the thickness of one's thumb. It has the foliage of the papyrus, and is eaten in a similar manner. The root, in consequence of its extreme hardness, is used as a substitute for charcoal in forging iron. Chapter 46. The royal thorn. We must take care, also, not to omit a peculiar shrub that is planted at Babylon, and only upon a thorny plant there, as it will not live anywhere else, just in the same manner as the mistletoe will live nowhere but upon trees. This shrub, however, will only grow upon a kind of thorn, which is known as the royal thorn. It is a wonderful fact, but it germinates the very same day that it has been planted. This is done at the rising of the dog star, after which it speedily takes possession of the whole tree. They use it in the preparation of wine, and it is for this purpose that it is planted. This thorn grows at Athens also, upon long walls there. Chapter 47. The Cytisus. The cytisus is also a shrub, which, as food for sheep, has been extolled with wonderful encomiums by Aristomachus the Athenian, and, in a dry state, for swine as well. The same author, too, pledges his word that a jugerum of very middling land, planted with a cytisus, will produce an income of 2,000 sesterces per annum. It is quite as useful as the ervum, but it is apt to satiate more speedily. Very little of it is necessary to fatten cattle, to such a degree, indeed, that beasts of burden, when fed upon it, will very soon take a dislike to barley. There is no fodder known, in fact, that is productive of a greater abundance of milk and of better quality. In the medical treatment of cattle, in particular, this shrub is found a most excellent specific for every kind of malady. Even more than this, the same author recommends it, when first dried and then boiled in water, to be given to nursing women, mixed with wine in cases where the milk has failed them, and he says that if this is done, the infant will be all the stronger and taller for it. In a green state, or, if dried, steeped in water, he recommends it for fowls. Both Democritus and Aristomachus promise us also that bees will never fail us so long as they can obtain the cytisus for food. There is no crop that we know of a similar nature, that costs a smaller price. It is sown at the same time as barley, or, at all events, in the spring, in seed like the leek, or else planted in the autumn, and before the winter solstice, in the stalk. When sown in grain, it ought to be steeped in water, and if there should happen to be no rain, it ought to be watered when sown. When the plants are about a cubit in height, they are replanted in trenches a foot in depth. It is transplanted at the equinoxes, while the shrub is yet tender, and in 3 years it will arrive at maturity. It is cut at the vernal equinox, when the flower is just going off. A child or an old woman is able to do this, and their labor may be had at a trifling rate. It is of a white appearance, as if one would wish to express briefly what it looks like. It is a trifoliated shrub, with small, narrow leaves. It is always given to animals at intervals of a couple of days, and in winter, when it is dry, before being given to them, it is first moistened with water. 10 pounds of cytisus will suffice for a horse, and for smaller animals in proportion. If I may here mention it by the way, it is found very profitable to sow garlic and onions between the rows of cytisus. This shrub has been found in the Isle of Cythnus, from whence it has been transplanted to all the Cyclades, and more recently to the cities of Greece, a fact which has greatly increased the supply of cheese, considering which, I am much surprised that it is so rarely used in Italy. This shrub is proof, too, against all injuries from heat, from cold, from hail, and from snow, and, as Hyginus adds, against the depredations of the enemy even, the wood produced being of no value whatever. Chapter 48. The trees and shrubs of the Mediterranean. The ficus, prason, or zoster. Shrubs and trees grow in the sea as well. Those of our sea are of inferior size, while, on the other hand, the Red Sea and all the Eastern Ocean are filled with dense forests. No other language has any name for the shrub which is known to the Greeks as the ficus, since by the word alga a mere herb is generally understood, while the ficus is a complete shrub. This plant has a broad leaf of green color, which is by some called prason, and others is known as zoster. Another kind, again, has a hairy sort of leaf, very similar to fennel, and grows upon rocks, while that previously mentioned grows in shoaly spots, not far from the shore. Both kinds shoot in the spring and die in the autumn. The ficus which grows on the rocks in the neighborhood of Crete is used also for dyeing purple, the best kind being that produced on the north side of the island, which is the case also with sponges of the very best quality. A third kind, again, is similar in appearance to grass. The root of it is knotted, and so is the stalk, which resembles that of a reed. Chapter 49. The sea bryon. There is another kind of marine shrub known by the name of bryon, that has the leaf of lettuce, only that it is of a more wrinkled appearance. It grows nearer land, too, than the last. Far out at sea we find a fir tree and an oak, each a cubit in height. Shells are found adhering to their branches. It is said that this sea oak is used for dyeing wool, and that some of them even bear acorns in the sea, a fact which has been ascertained by shipwrecked persons and divers. There are other marine trees also of remarkable size, found in the vicinity of Sicyon. The sea vine, indeed, grows everywhere. The sea fig is destitute of leaves, and the bark is red. There is a palm tree also in the number of the sea shrubs. Beyond the columns of Hercules there is a sea shrub that grows with the leaf of the leek, and others with those of the carrot and of thyme. Both of these last, when thrown up by the tide, are transformed into pumice. Chapter 50. Plants of the Red Sea. In the East it is a very remarkable thing that immediately after leaving Coptos, as we pass through the deserts, we find nothing whatever growing, with the exception of the thorn that is known as the thirsty thorn. and this but very rarely. In the Red Sea, however, there are whole forests found growing, among which more particularly there are plants that bear the laurel berry and the olive. When it rains also certain fungi make their appearance, which, as soon as they are touched by the rays of the sun, are turned into pumice. The size of the shrubs is 3 cubits in height, and they are all filled with sea dogs, to such a degree that it is hardly safe to look at them from the ship, for they will frequently seize hold of the very oars. Chapter 51. Plants of the Indian Sea. The officers of Alexander who navigated the Indian seas left an account of a marine tree, the foliage of which is green while in the water, but the moment it is taken out, it dries and turns to salt. They have spoken also of bulrushes of stone bearing a strong resemblance to real ones, which grew along the seashore, as also certain shrubs in the main sea, the color of an ox's horn, branching out in various directions, and red at the tips. These, they say, were brittle, and broke like glass when touched, while, on the other hand, in the fire they would become red hot like iron, and when cool resume their original color. In the same part of the earth also the tide covers the forests that grow on the islands, although the trees there are more lofty than the very tallest of our planes and poplars. The leaves of these trees resemble that of the laurel, while the blossom is similar to the violet, both in smell and color. The berries resemble those of the olive, and they, too, have an agreeable smell. They appear in the autumn, and the leaves of the trees never fall off. The smaller ones are entirely covered by the waves, while the summits of those of larger size protrude from the water, and ships are made fast to them. When the tide falls the vessels are similarly moored to the roots. We find the same persons making mention of certain other trees which they saw out at sea, which always retained their leaves, and bore a fruit very similar to the lupine. Chapter 52. The plants of the Troglodytic sea, the hair of Isis, the chartoblepharon. Juba relates that about the islands of the Troglodytes there is a certain shrub found out at sea, which is known as the hair of Isis. He says that it bears a strong resemblance to coral, is destitute of leaves, and if cut will change its color, becoming quite black and hard, and so brittle as to break if it falls. He speaks also of another marine plant, to which he gives the name chartoblepharon, and which, he says, is particularly efficacious in love charms. Bracelets and necklaces are made of it. He says also that it is sensible when it is about to be taken, and that it turns as hard as horn, so hard, indeed, as to blunt the edge of iron. If, on the other hand, it is cut before it is sensible of the danger, it is immediately transformed to stone. Summary. Remarkable facts, narratives, and observations, 468. Roman authors quoted: M. Varro, Mucianus, Virgil, Fabianus, Sebosus, Pomponius Mele, Fabius, Procilius, Hyginus, Trogus, Claudius Caesar, Cornelius Nepos, Sextius Niger, who wrote in Greek on medicine, Cassius Hemina, L. Piso, Tuditanus, Anthius. Foreign authors quoted: Theophrastus, Herodotus, Callisthenes, Isogonus, Clitarchus, Anaximenes, Durus, Nearchus, Onesicritus, Polycritus, Olympiodorus, Diognetus, Cleobulus, Anticleides, Chares of Mytilene, Menaechmus, Dorotheus of Athens, Lycus, Antaeus, Ephippus, Dion, Adamantus, Ptolemy Largus, Marcius of Macedon, Zoilus of Macedon, Democritus, Amphilochus, Alexander Pili Histor, Aristomachus, King Juba, Apollodorus who wrote on perfumes, Heraclides the physician, Botries the physician, Archidamus the physician, Dionysius the physician, Democlides the physician, Euphron the physician, Mnesidas the physician, Diagoras the physician, Iolus the physician, Heraclides of Tarentum, Xenoclides of Ephesus. End of section 18.
Section 19 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by laurencetrask. The Natural History, Volume 3 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 19. Book 14. The Natural History of the Fruit Trees. Chapters 1 and 2. The Nature of the Vine, its Mode of Fructification. Those which have been hitherto mentioned are nearly all of them exotic trees, which it is impossible to rear in any other than their native soil, and which are not to be naturalized in strange countries. It is now for us to speak of the more ordinary kinds, of all which Italy may be looked upon as more particularly the parent. Those who are well acquainted with the subject must only bear in mind that for the present we content ourselves with merely stating the different varieties of these trees, and not the mode of cultivating them, although there is no doubt that the characteristics of a tree depend very considerably upon its cultivation. At this fact I cannot sufficiently express my astonishment that of some trees all memory has utterly perished, and that the very names of some, of which we find various authors making mention, have wholly disappeared. And yet who does not readily admit that now, when intercommunications have been opened between all parts of the world, thanks to the majestic sway of the Roman Empire, civilization and the arts of life have made a rapid progress, owing to the interchange of commodities and the common enjoyment by all of the blessings of peace, while at the same time a multitude of objects, which formerly lay concealed, are now revealed for our indiscriminate use. Still, by Hercules, at the present day there are none to be found who have any acquaintance with much that has been handed down to us by the ancient writers. So much more comprehensive was the diligent research of our forefathers, or else so much more happily employed was their industry. It is 1,000 years since Hesiod, at the very dawn, so to say, of literature, first gave precepts for the guidance of the agriculturalist, an example which has since been followed by no small number of writers. Hence have originated considerable labors for ourselves, seeing that we have not only to inquire into the discoveries of modern times, but to ascertain as well what was known to the ancients, and this too in the very midst of that oblivion which the heedlessness of the present day has so greatly tended to generate. What causes then are we to assign for this lethargy, other than those feelings which we find actuating the public in general throughout all the world? New manners and usages, no doubt, have now come into vogue, and the minds of men are occupied with subjects of a totally different nature. The arts of avarice, in fact, are the only ones that are now cultivated. In days gone by, the sway and the destinies of states were bounded by their own narrow limits, and consequently the genius of the people was similarly circumscribed as well, through a sort of niggardliness that was thus displayed by fortune. Hence it became with them a matter of absolute necessity to employ the advantages of the understanding. Kings innumerable received the homage of the arts, and in making a display of the extent of their resources, gave the highest rank to those arts, entertaining the opinion that it was through them that they should ensure immortality. Hence it was that due rewards in the various works of civilization were displayed in such vast abundance in those times. For these later ages, the enlarged boundaries of the habitable world and the vast extent of our empire have been a positive injury. Since the censor has been chosen for the extent of his property, since the judge has been selected according to the magnitude of his fortune, since it has become the fashion to consider that nothing reflects a higher merit upon the magistrate and the general than a large estate, since the being destitute of heirs has begun to confer upon persons the very highest power and influence, since legacy hunting has become the most lucrative of all professions, and since it has been considered that the only real pleasures are those of possessing, all the true enjoyments of life have been utterly lost sight of, and all those arts which have derived the name of liberal from liberty, that greatest blessing of life, have come to deserve the contrary appellation, servility alone being the passport to profit. This servility each one has his own peculiar way of making most agreeable, and of putting it in practice in reference to others, the motives and the hopes of all tending to the one great object, the acquisition of wealth. Indeed, we may everywhere behold men even of naturally excellent qualities, preferring to foster the vicious inclinations of others, rather than cultivate their own talents. We may therefore conclude by Hercules that pleasure has now begun to live, and that life, truly so called, has ceased to be. As to ourselves, however, we shall continue our researches into matters now lost in oblivion, nor shall we be deterred from pursuing our task by the trivial nature of some of our details, a consideration which has in no way influenced us in our description of the animal world. And yet we find that Virgil, that most admirable poet, has allowed this to influence him in his omission to enlarge upon the beauties of the garden. For happy and graceful poet as he is only culled what we may call the flower of his subject. Indeed, we find that he has only named in all some 15 varieties of the grape, 3 of the olive, the same number of the pear, and the citron of Assyria, and has passed over the rest in silence altogether. With what then ought we to begin in preference to the vine, the superiority in which has been so peculiarly ceded to Italy, that in this one blessing we may pronounce her to have surpassed those of all other nations of the earth, with the sole exception of those that bear the various perfumes, and even there, when the vine is in flower, there is not a perfume known which in exquisite sweetness can surpass it. The vine has been justly reckoned by the ancients among the trees, on account of its remarkable size. In the city of Populonium we see a statue of Jupiter formed of the trunk of a single vine, which has for ages remained proof against all decay, and at Massilia there is a patera made of the same wood. At Metapontium the temple of Juno has long stood supported by pillars formed of the like material, and even at the present day we ascend to the roof of the temple of Diana at Ephesus, by stairs constructed, it is said, of the trunk of a single vine, that was brought from Cyprus, the vines of that island often attaining a most remarkable size. There is not a wood in existence of a more lasting nature than this. I am strongly inclined, however, to be of opinion that the material of which these various articles were constructed was the wild vine. Chapter 3. The nature of the grape and the cultivation of the vine. The cultivated vine is kept down by pruning every year, and all the strength of the tree is drawn as much as possible into the shoots, or else thrown downward to the sets. Indeed, it is only allowed to expand with the view of ensuring an abundant supply of juice, a result which is obtained in various modes according to the peculiarities of the climate and the nature of the soil. In Campania they attach the vine to the poplar, embracing the tree to which it is thus wedded. The vine grasps the branches with its amorous arms, and as it climbs, holds on with its knotted trunk, till it has reached the very summit, the height being sometimes so stupendous that the vintager, when hired, is wont to stipulate for his funeral pile, and a grave at the owner's expense. The vine keeps continually on the increase, and it is quite impossible to separate the two, or rather I may say to tear them asunder. Valerianus Cornelius has regarded it as one of the most remarkable facts that could be transmitted to posterity, that single vines have known to surround villas and country houses with their shoots and creeping tendrils ever on the stretch. At Rome, in the porticos of Livia, a single vine, with its leaf-clad trellises, protects with its shade and walks in the open air. The fruit of it yields 12 amphora of must. Everywhere we find the vine overtopping the elm even, and we read that Cineas, the ambassador of King Pyrrhus, when admiring the great heights of the vines at Aricia, wittily making allusion to the peculiar rough taste of wine, remarked that it was with very good reason that they had hung the parent of it on so lofty a gibbet. There is a tree in that part of Italy which lies beyond the Padus, known as the rumpotinus, or sometimes by the name opulus, the broad circular stories of which are covered with vines, whose branches wind upward in a serpentine form to the part where the boughs finally divide, and then, throwing out their tendrils, disperse them in every direction among the straight and finger-like twigs which project from the branches. There are vines also about as tall as a man of moderate height, which are supported by props, and they throw out their bristling tendrils, form whole vineyards, while others again, in their inordinate love for climbing, combined with skill on the part of the proprietor, will cover even the very center of the courtyard with their shoots and foliage. So numerous are the varieties of the vine which even Italy alone presents. In some of the provinces the vine is able to stand of itself without anything to support it, drawing in its bending branches and making up in its thickness for its stunted size. In other places again, the winds will not allow of this mode of culture, as in Africa, for instance, and various parts of the province of Gallia Narbonensis. These vines, being prevented from growing beyond the first branches, and hence always retaining a resemblance to those plants which stand in need of the hoe, trail along the ground just like them, and every here and there suck up the juices from the earth to fill their grapes. It is in consequence of this that in the interior of Africa the clusters are known to exceed the body of an infant in size. The wine of no country is more acid than those of Africa, but there is nowhere to be found a grape that is more agreeable for its firmness, a circumstance which may very probably have given rise to its name of the hard grape. As to the varieties of the grape, although they are rendered innumerable by the size, the color, and the flavor of the berry, they are multiplied even still more by the wines that they produce. In one part they are lustrous with a rich purple color, while in another again they glow with a rosy tint, or else are glossy with their verdant hue. The grapes that are merely white or black are the common sorts. The bumastis swells out in form like a breast, while that known as the dactylus has a berry of remarkable length. Nature, too, displays such varieties in these productions of hers, that small grapes are often to be found adhering to the largest vines, but of surpassing sweetness. They are known by the name of leparaceae. Some again will keep throughout the winter if care is taken to hang them to the ceiling with a string, while others again will keep by virtue of their own natural freshness and vigor if put into earthen jars, which are then enclosed in dolia, and covered up with the fermenting husks of grapes. Some grapes receive from the smoke of the blacksmith's forge that remarkable flavor which it is also known to impart to wines. It was the high name of the Emperor Tiberius that brought into such great repute the grapes that had been smoked in the smithies of Africa. Before his time, the highest rank at table was assigned to the grapes of Rhaetia, and to those growing in the territory of Verona. Raisins of the sun have the name of passi, from having been submitted to the influence of the sun. It is not uncommon to preserve grapes in must, and so make them drunk with their own juices, while there are some that are all the sweeter for being placed in must after it has been boiled. Others again are left to hang on the parent tree, till a new crop has made its appearance, by which time they have become as clear and as transparent as glass. Astringent pitch, if poured upon the footstalk of the grape, will impart to it all that body and that firmness which, when placed in dolia or amphora, it gives to wine. More recently, too, there has been discovered a vine which produces a fruit that imparts to its wine a strong flavor of pitch. It is the famous grape that confers such celebrity on the territory of Vienne, and of which several varieties have recently enriched the territories of the Arverni, the Sequani, and the Helvi. It was unknown in the time of the poet Virgil, who has now been dead these 90 years. In addition to these particulars, need I make mention of the fact that the vine has been introduced into the camp, and placed in the centurion's hand for the preservation of the supreme authority and command? that this is the high reward which summons the lagging ranks to the eagles raised aloft, and that even in chastisement for faults it tends to reflect honor upon the punishment? It was the vineyard, too, that first afforded a notion, the practical utility of which has been experienced in many a siege. Among the medicinal preparations, too, the vine holds so high a place that its very wines taken by themselves are efficacious as remedies for disease. Chapter 4. 91 Varieties of the Vine. Democritus, who has declared that he was acquainted with every variety of the grape known in Greece, is the only person who has been of opinion that every kind could be enumerated, but on the other hand, the rest of the authors have stated that they are quite innumerable, and of infinite extent, an assertion the truth of which will be more evident if only we consider the vast number of wines. I shall not attempt, then, to speak of every kind of vine, but only those that are most remarkable, seeing that the varieties are very nearly as numberless as the districts in which they grow. It will suffice, then, to point out those which are most remarkable among the vines, or else are peculiar for some wonderful property. The very highest rank is given to the Armenian grape, on account of the body and durability of its wine, which improves with old age. There are 5 varieties of the Armenian grape. Of these, the smaller Germana, or sister grape, has a smaller berry than the rest, and flowers more strongly, being able to bear up against rain and tempestuous weather, a thing that is not the case with the larger Germana, though it is less exposed to danger when attached to a tree than when supported only by a trellis. Another kind again has obtained the name of the gemella, or twin grape, because the clusters always grow in couples. The flavor of the wine is extremely rough, but it is remarkable for its strength. Of these several varieties, the smaller one suffers from the south wind, but receives nutriment from all the others. Upon Mount Vesuvius, for instance, and the hills of Sorrentum, in other parts of Italy, it has never grown except attached to trees. The 5th kind is that known as the lanata, or woolly grape, so that we need not be surprised at the wool-bearing trees of the Syries or the Indians, for this grape is covered with a woolly down of remarkable thickness. It is the first of the Ammonaean vines that ripens, but the grape decays with remarkable rapidity. The 2nd rank belongs to the vines of Nomentum, the wood of which is red, from which circumstances the vines have received from some the name of rubella. The grapes of this vine produce less wine than usual, in consequence of the extraordinary quantity of husk and lees they throw off. But the vine is remarkably strong, is well able to stand the frost, and is apt to receive more detriment from drought than from rain, from heat than from cold. Hence it is that those are looked upon as the best that are grown in cold and moist localities. That variety which has the smallest grape is considered the most fruitful. The one which has a jagged leaf is less productive. The vine known as the Apiana has received that name from the bee, an insect which is remarkably fond of it. There are 2 varieties of this vine. This grape, too, is covered in its young state with a kind of down. The main difference between the 2 varieties is that the one ripens more rapidly than the other, though this last ripens with considerable quickness. A cold locality is not at all hurtful to them, although there is no grape that ripens sooner. These grapes, however, very soon rot in the rain. The wines produced by this grape are sweet at first, but contract a rough flavor in the course of years. This vine is cultivated more than any other in Etruria. Thus far we have made mention of the more celebrated vines among which are peculiar and indigenous to Italy. The rest have been introduced from Chios or Thasos. The small Greek grape is not inferior to the Armenian for the excellence of its quality. The berry is remarkably thin-skinned, and the cluster so extremely small that it is not worth while cultivating it, except on a soil of remarkable richness. The Eugenia, so called from its high qualities, has been introduced into the Alban territory from the hills of Tauromenium. It is found, however, to thrive only there, for if transplanted elsewhere, it degenerates immediately. In fact, there is in some vines so strong an attachment to their native soil that they leave behind them all their high repute and are never transplanted in their full entirety. This is the case, too, with the Radian and the Allobrogian grapes, of which we have made mention above as the pitch-flavored grape. These are justly deemed excellent in their own country, while elsewhere they are held in no esteem at all. Still, however, in consequence of their remarkable fertility, they make up for quality by abundance. The Eugenia thrives in spots which are scorching hot, the Radian vine in places of a more moderate temperature, and the Allobrogian in cold, exposed situations, the fruit being of a black color and ripened by the agency of frost. The wines produced from the vines of which we have hitherto made mention, even though the grapes are black, become all of them, when old, of a white complexion. The other vines are of no note in particular, though sometimes, thanks to some peculiarity either in the climate or the soil, the wines produced from them attain a mature old age. Such, for instance, as the Facinian wine and the Bitterigian, which blossoms at the same time with it, but has not so many grapes. The blossoms of these last mentioned vines are not liable to receive injury, both because they are naturally but transitory, and have the power of resisting the action of both wind and storm. Still, however, those that grow in cold spots are considered superior to those produced in a warm site, and those found in moist places superior to those grown in dry, thirsty localities. The vine known as the Visuala, more than abundance of fruit, being unable to endure the extreme variations of the atmosphere, though it is very well able to stand a continuation of either cold or heat. Of this last kind, the smaller one is the best, but difficult to please in its choice. In a rich earth it is apt to rot, while in a thin soil it will come to nothing at all. In its fastidiousness it requires a soil of middling quality, and hence it is that so commonly found on the hills of the Sabine territory. Its grape is unsightly in appearance, but has a very pleasant flavor. If it is not gathered at the very moment that it is ripe, it will fall, even before it decays. The extreme size of the leaves and its natural hardiness are its great protection against the disastrous effects of hail. The grapes known as Helvulae are remarkable for the peculiarity of their color, which is a sort of midway between purple and black, but varies so frequently that it has made some persons give them the name of varianae. Of the two sorts of Helvulae, the black is the one generally preferred. They both of them produce every other year, but the wine is best when the vintage has been less abundant. The vine that is known as the Presea is also divided into two varieties, distinguished by the size of the grape. These vines produce a vast quantity of wood, and the grape is very good for preserving in jars. The leaves are similar in appearance to that of parsley. The people of Dyrrhachium hold in high esteem the vine known as the Basilica, the same which in Spain is called the Coccolobus. The grapes of this vine grow in thin clusters, and it can stand great heat and the south winds. The wine produced from it is apt to fly to the head. The produce of the vine is very large. The people in Spain distinguish two kinds of this vine, the one with the oblong, the other with the round grape. They gather this fruit the very last of all. The sweeter the Coccolobus is, the more it is valued, but even if it has a rough taste, the wine will become sweet by keeping, while on the other hand, that which was sweet at first will acquire a certain roughness. It is in this last state that the wine is thought to rival that of Alba. It is said that the juice of the grape is remarkably efficacious when drunk as a specific for diseases of the bladder. The albulus produces most of its fruit at the top of the tree, the Visuala at the bottom. Hence, when planted around the same tree, in consequence of these peculiarities in their nature, they bear between them a twofold crop. One of the black grapevines has been called the Inerticula, though it might with more propriety have been styled the Sobria. The wine from it is remarkably good, and more particularly when old, but though strong, it is productive of no ill effects, and indeed is the only wine that will not cause intoxication. The abundance of their produce again recommends other vines to us, and in the first place that known as the Helvetica. Of this vine there are two kinds, the larger, which is by some called the long Helvetica, and the smaller kind, which is known as the Imarcum, not so prolific as the first, but producing a wine of more agreeable flavor. It is distinguished by its rounded leaf. But they are both of them of slender make. It is requisite to place forks between these vines for the support of their branches, as otherwise it would be quite impossible for them to support the weight of their produce. They receive nutriment from the breezes that blow from the sea, and foggy weather is injurious to them. There is not one among the vines that manifests a greater aversion to Italy, for there it becomes comparatively leafless and stunted, and soon decays, while the wine which it produces there will not keep beyond the summer. No vine, however, thrives better in a poor soil. Gracinus, who has copied from the works of Cornelius Celsus, gives it as his opinion that it is not that the nature of this vine is repugnant to the climate of Italy, but that it is the mode of cultivating it that is wrong, and the anxiety to force it to put forth its shoots, a mode of treatment, he thinks, which absorbs all its fertility, unless the soil in which it is planted happens to be remarkably rich, and by its support prevents it from being exhausted. It is said that this vine is never carbuncled, a remarkable quality, if indeed it really is the fact that there is any vine in existence that is exempt from the natural influences of the climate. The spiona, by some called the spinea, is able to bear heat very well, and thrives in the autumn and rainy winter. Indeed, it is the only one among all the vines that does well amid fogs, for which reason it is peculiar to the territory of Ravenna. The Vinicula is one of those that blossom the strongest, and its grapes are particularly well adapted for preserving in jars. The Campanians, however, prefer to give it the name of Scurricula, while others again call it Stacula. Terracina has a vine known as the Nemesiana. It has no qualities of its own, but has characteristics just according to the nature of the soil in which it is planted. The wine, however, if kept in the earthen casks of the Sorrentum, is remarkable for its goodness, that is to say, as far south as Vesuvius. On arriving in that district, we find the Mergentina, the very best among all those that come from Sicily. Some indeed call the vine Pompeiana, and it is more particularly fruitful when grown in Latium, just as the Horconia is productive nowhere but in Campania. Of a contrary nature is the vine known as the Argeia, and by Virgil called Argytis. It makes the ground all the more productive, and is remarkably stout in its resistance to rain and the effects of old age, though it will hardly produce wine every year. It is remarkable for the abundant crops which it bears, though the grapes are held but in small esteem for eating. The vine, known as the Medica, lasts well for years, and offers a successful resistance to all changes of weather. The grape is black, and the wine assumes a tawny hue when old. The varieties that have been mentioned thus far are those that are generally known. The others belong to peculiar countries or individual localities, or else are of mixed nature, the produce of grafting. Thus the vine known as Tudernus is peculiar to the districts of Etruria, and so too is the vine that bears the name of Florentia. At Aricium, the Talpona, the Estiesia, and the Consimina are particularly excellent. The Talpona, which is a black grape, produces a pale, straw-colored must. The Estiesia is apt to deceive. The more wine it produces, the better the quality. But it is a remarkable fact that just as it has reached that point, its fecundity ceases altogether. The Consemina bears a black grape, but its wine will not keep, though the grape itself is a most excellent keeper. It is gathered 15 days later than any other kind of grape. This vine is very fruitful, but its grape is only good for eating. The leaves of this tree, like those of the wild vine, turn the color of blood just before the fall. The same is the case also with some other varieties, but it is a proof that they are of very inferior quality. The Erdiola is a vine peculiar to Umbria and the territories of Mavania and Picenum, while the Pumula belongs to Amiternum. In the same districts we find the vine called Bananica, which is very deceptive, though the people are remarkably fond of its fruit. The municipal town of Pompeii has given its name to the Pompeia, although it is to be found in greater abundance in the territory of Clusium. The Tiburina also is so called from the municipal town of Tibur, although it is in this district they have lately discovered the grape known as the Oleaginea, from its strong resemblance to an olive, this being the very last kind of grape that has been introduced. The Sabines and the Laurentes are the only people acquainted with the Viniciola. As to the vines of Mount Garus, I am aware, as they have been transplanted from the Falernian territory, they bear the name Falernian, but it is a fact that the Falernian vine, when transplanted, rapidly degenerates. Some persons, too, have made out a Tarentine variety, with a grape of remarkable sweetness. The grapes of the Capnios, the Bucanitis, and the Terupia grow on the hills of Thurii, and are never gathered till after the frost commences. Pisa enjoys the Parian vine, and Mutina the Prussinian, with a black grape, the wine of which turns pale within 4 years. It is a very remarkable thing, but there is a grape here that turns round with the sun, in its diurnal motion, a circumstance from which it has received the name of streptos. In Italy, the Gallic vine is a great favorite. Well beyond the Alps, that of Picenum is preferred. Virgil has made mention of the Thessian vine, the Mariotis, the Loggia, and several other foreign varieties, which are not to be found in Italy. There are some vines again that are remarkable, not for their wine, but for their grapes, such for instance as the Ambrosia, one of the Duracenus kind, a grape which requires no potting, but will keep perfectly well if left on the vine. So remarkable is the strength with which it is endowed for withstanding the effects of cold, heat, and stormy weather. The Orthompalos, too, is a vine that requires neither tree nor stay, as it is well able to sustain its own weight. This, however, is not the case with Dactylus, the stem of which is no thicker than the finger. The Columbina is one of those with the finest clusters, and still more so is the purple Biamia. It does not bear in clusters, but only secondary bunches. There is the Tripodania, too, a name which it owes to the length of its clusters, and the Scorpula, with its shriveled berry. The Raetica, too, is so called in the Maritime Alps, though very different from the grape of that name which is so highly esteemed, and of which we have previously spoken. For in this variety the clusters are small, the grapes lie closely packed, and it produces but a poor wine. It has, however, the thinnest skin of all the grapes, and a single stone of very diminutive size, which is known as the chian. 1 or 2 of the grapes on the cluster are remarkably large. There is also the black Armenian, to which the name Cyrenaica is given. The Spanish vine, too, the very best of all those of inferior quality. The grapes that are known as Esquire are grown on trellises. Of the Duracinus kind, these are those known as the white and the black varieties. The Bumastis, too, is similarly distinguished in color. Among the vines, too, that have not as yet been mentioned, there are the Aegean and the Rhodian kinds, as also the Unicialis, so called, it would seem, from its grape being an ounce in weight. There is the Picena, too, the blackest grape known, and the Stephanitis, the clusters of which nature, in a sportive mood, has arranged in the form of a garland, the leaves being interspersed among the grapes. There are the grapes, too, known as the Forensis, and which quickly come to maturity, recommend themselves to the buyer by their good looks, and are easily carried from place to place. On the other hand, those known as the Cinersa are condemned by their very looks, and so are the Rabuscula and the Asinuska, the produce of the Alopesis, which also resembles in color a fox's tail, is held in less disesteem. The Alexandrina is the name of the vine that grows in the vicinity of Phylacra. It is of stunted growth and has branches a cubit in length. The grape is black, about the size of a bean, with a berry that is soft and remarkably small. The clusters hang in a slanting direction and are remarkably sweet. The leaves are small and round, without any division. Within the last 7 years there has been introduced at Alba Helvia, in the province of Gallia Narbonensis, a vine which blossoms but a single day, and is consequently proof against all accidents. The name given to it is Narbonica, and it is now planted throughout the whole of that province. End of section 19. Recording by LaurenceTrask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com. Section 20 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LaurenceTrask. The Natural History, Volume 3 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 20. Chapter 5. Remarkable facts connected with the culture of the vine. The elder Cato, who was rendered more particularly illustrious by his triumph and the censorship, and even more so by his literary fame, and the precepts which he has given to the Roman people upon every subject of utility, and the proper methods of cultivation in particular, a man who, by the universal confession, was the first husbandman of his age and without a rival, has mentioned a few varieties only of the vine, the very names of some of which are by this utterly forgotten. His statement on this subject deserves our separate consideration, and requires to be quoted at length, in order that we may make ourselves acquainted with the different varieties of this tree that were held in the highest esteem in the year of the city of Rome 600, about the time of the capture of Carthage and Corinth, the period of his death. It will show, too, what great advances civilization has made in the last 230 years. The following are the remarks which he has made on the subject of the vine and the grape. Where the site is considered to be most favorable to the growth of the vine and exposed to the warmth of the sun, you will do well to plant the small Ammonian, as well as the 2 Eugenia, and the smaller Helvia. On the other hand, where the soil is of a denser nature or more exposed to fogs, the greater Ammonian should be planted, or else the Mergentine, or the Apician, or Lucania. The other varieties of the grape are, for the most part, adapted to any kind of soil. They are best preserved in Allora. The best for keeping by hanging are the Duracinus kind, the greater Ammonian, and the Scantian. These 2 will make excellent raisins for keeping if dried at the blacksmith's forge. There are no precepts in the Latin language on this subject more ancient than these, so near are we to the very commencement of all our practical knowledge. The Ammonian grape, of which mention has been made above, is by Varro called the Scantian. In our own times we have but few instances of any consummate skill that has been manifested in reference to this subject. The less excuse, then, should we have for omitting any particular which may tend to throw a light upon the profits that may be derived from the culture of the vine, a point which on all occasions is regarded as one of primary importance. Acilius Thenelus, a man of plebeian rank and the son of a freedman, acquired very considerable repute from the cultivation of a vineyard in the territory of Nomentum, not more than 60 jugera in extent, and which he finally sold for 400,000 sesterces. Vetulinus Agelus, too, a freedman as well, acquired very considerable note in the district of Liternum, in Campania, and indeed received a more extensive share of the public favor, from the fact that he cultivated the spot which had been the place of exile of Scipio Africanus. The greatest celebrity of all, however, was that which, by the agency of the same Thenelius, was accorded to Remius Palamon, who was also equally famous as a learned grammarian. This person bought, some 20 years ago, an estate at the price of 600,000 sesterces, in the same district of Nomentum, about 10 miles distant from the city of Rome. The low price of property in the suburbs on every side of the city is well known, but in that quarter in particular it had declined to a most remarkable extent, for the estate which he purchased had become deteriorated by long-continued neglect, in addition to which it was situate in the very worst part of it by no means favorite locality. Such was the nature of the property of which he thus undertook the cultivation, not indeed with any commendable views or intentions at first, but merely in that spirit of vanity for which he was notorious in so remarkable a degree. The vineyards were all duly dressed afresh and hoed, under the superintendence of Thenelus, the result of which was that Polemon, while thus playing the husbandman, brought this estate to such an almost incredible pitch of perfection that at the end of 8 years the vintage, as it hung on the trees, was knocked down to a purchaser for the sum of 400,000 sesterces, while all the world was running to behold the heaps upon heaps of grapes to be seen in these vineyards. The neighbors, by way of finding some excuse for their own indolence, gave all the credit of this remarkable success to Polemon's profound erudition, and at last Annius Seneca, who both held the highest rank in the learned world, and an amount of power and influence which at last proved too much for him. This same Seneca, who was far from being an admirer of frivolity, was seized with such vast admiration of this estate as not to feel ashamed at conceding this victory to a man who was otherwise the object of his hatred, and who would be sure to make the very most of it, by giving him 4 times the original cost for those very vineyards, and that within 10 years from the time he had taken them under his management. This was an example of good husbandry, worthy to be put in practice upon the lands of Secuba and Siccia. For since then the same lands have many a time produced as much as 7 sulei to the jugerum, or in other words 140 amphorae of must. That no one, however, may entertain the belief that ancient times were surpassed on this occasion, I would remark that the same Cato had stated in his writings that the proper return was 7 culei to the jugerum, all of them so many instances only tending most convincingly to prove that the sea, which in our rashness we trespass upon, does not make a more bounteous return to the merchant, no, not even the merchandise that we seek on the shores of the Red and the Indian seas, than does a well-tilled homestead to the agriculturalist. Chapter 6. The Most Ancient Wines. The wine of MaryAnn on the coast of Thrace appears to have been the most celebrated in ancient times, as we learn from the writings of Homer. I dismiss, however, all the fabulous stories and various traditions which we find relative to its origin, except indeed the one which states that Aristaeus, a native of the same country, was the first person that mixed honey with wine, natural productions, both of them, of the highest degree of excellence. Homer has stated that the MaryAnn wine was mixed with water in the proportion of 20 measures of water to 1 of wine. The wine that is still produced in the same district retains all its former strength and a degree of vigor that is quite insuperable. Mucianus, who thrice held the consulship, and one of our most recent authors, when in that part of the world was witness himself to the fact that with 1 sextarius of this wine it was custom to mix no less than 80 sextarii of water. He states also that this wine is black, has a strong bouquet, and is all the richer for being old. The Promnian wine, too, which Homer has also similarly eulogized, still retains its ancient fame. It is grown in the territory of Smyrna, in the vicinity of the shrine of the Mother of the Gods. Among the other wines now known, we do not find any that enjoyed a high reputation in ancient times. In the year of the consulship of L. Opimius, when C. Gratius was the tribune of the people, engaging in sedition was slain. The growth of every wine was of the very highest quality. In that year the weather was remarkable for its sereneness, and the ripening of the grape, the coctura, as they call it, was fully affected by the heat of the sun. This was in the year of the city 633. There are wines still preserved of this year's growth, nearly 200 years ago. They have assumed the consistency of honey, with a rough taste, for such, in fact, is the nature of wines, that when extremely old it is impossible to drink them in a pure state, and they require to be mixed with water, as long as keeping renders them intolerably bitter. A very small quantity of the Opimian wine mixed with them will suffice for the seasoning of other wines. Let us suppose, according to the estimated value of these wines in those days, that the original price of them was 100 sesterces per amphora. If we add to this 6% per annum, a legal and moderate interest, we shall then be able to ascertain what was the exact price of the 12th part of an amphora at the beginning of the reign of Caius Caesar, the son of Germanicus, 160 years after that consulship. In relation to this fact, we have a remarkable instance when we call to mind the life of Pomponius Secundus, the poet, and the banquet which he gave to that prince. So enormous is the capital that lies buried in our cellars of wine. Indeed, there is no one thing, the value of which more sensibly increases up to the 20th year, or which decreases with greater rapidity after that period, supposing that the value of it is not by that time greatly enhanced. Very rarely indeed, up to the present day, has it been known for a single piece of wine to cost 1,000 sesterces, except indeed when such a sum may have been paid in a fit of extravagance and debauchery. The people of Vienne, it is said, are the only ones who have set a higher price than this upon their piccata wines, with various kinds of which we have already mentioned. And this, it is thought, they only do vying with each other, and influenced by a sort of national self-esteem. This wine, drunk in a cool state, is generally thought to be of a colder temperature than any other. Chapter 7. The Nature of Wines. It is the property of wine, when drunk, to cause a feeling of warmth in the interior of the viscera, and when poured upon the exterior of the body, to be cool and refreshing. It will not be foreign to my purpose on the present occasion to state the advice which Androcydes, a man famous for his wisdom, wrote to Alexander the Great, with the view of putting a check on his intemperance. "When you are about to drink wine, O king," said he, "remember that you are about to drink the blood of the earth. Hemlock is a poison to man, wine a poison to hemlock." And if Alexander had only followed this advice, he certainly would not have had to answer for slaying his friends in his drunken fits. In fact, we may feel ourselves quite justified in saying that there is nothing more useful than wine for strengthening the body, while at the same time there is nothing more pernicious as a luxury, if we are not on our guard against excess. Chapter 8. 50 Kinds of Generous Wines. Who can entertain a doubt that some kinds of wines are more agreeable to the palate than others, or that even out of the very same vat there are occasionally produced wines that are by no means of equal goodness, the one being much superior to the other, whether it is that owing to the cask or to some other fortuitous circumstance? Let each person, therefore, constitute himself his own judge as to which kind it is that occupies the preeminence. Livia Augusta, who lived to her 82nd year, attributed her longevity to the wine of Pusinum, as she never drank any other. This wine is grown near a bay of the Adriatic, not far from Mount Temavis, upon a piece of elevated rocky ground, where the sea breeze ripens a few grapes, the produce of which supplies a few amphora. There is not a wine that is deemed superior to this for medicinal purposes. I am strongly of the opinion that this is the same wine, the produce of the Adriatic Gulf, upon which the Greeks have bestowed such wonderful encomiums, under the name of Praetorianum. The late Emperor Augustus preferred the Citinium to all others, and nearly all the emperors that have succeeded him have followed his example, having learnt from actual experience that there is no danger of indigestion and flatulence resulting from the use of this liquor. This wine is grown in the country that lies just above Forum Apii. In former times the Succubum enjoyed the reputation of being the most generous of all the wines. It was grown in some marshy swamps, planted with poplars, in the vicinity of the Gulf of Amyclae. This vineyard has, however, now disappeared, the result of the carelessness of the cultivator, combined with its own limited extent, and the works on the canal which Nero commenced in order to provide a navigation from Lake Avernus to Ostia. The second rank belonged to the wine of Falcernian territory, of which the Faustianum was the most choice variety, the result of the care and skill employed upon its cultivation. This, however, has also degenerated very considerably, in consequence of the growers being more solicitous about quantity than quality. The Falernian vineyards begin at the bridge of Campania, on the left hand as you journey toward the Urbana Colonia of Silla, which was lately a township of the city of Capua. As to the Faustian vineyards, they extend about 4 miles from a village near Catacae, the same village being 6 miles from Sinuessae. There is now no wine known that ranks higher than the Falernian. It is the only one, too, among all the wines, that takes fire on the application of flame. There are 3 varieties of it: the rough, the sweet, and the thin. Some persons make the following distinctions. The Caucinum, they say, grows on the summit of this range of hills, the Faustianum on the middle slopes, and the Falernum at the foot. The fact, too, should not be omitted, that none of the grapes that produce these more famous wines have by any means an agreeable flavor. To the third rank belong the various wines of Alba and the vicinity of the city, remarkable for their sweetness, and sometimes, though rarely, rough as well. The Surrentine wines also, the growth of only stayed vines, which are especially recommended to invalids for their thinness and their wholesomeness. Tiberius Caesar used to say that the physicians had conspired thus to dignify the Surrentinum, which was, in fact, only another name for generous vinegar, while Caius Caesar, who succeeded him, gave it the name of noble vapa. Vying in reputation with these are the Massic wines, from the spots which look from Mount Gaurus towards Puteoli and Blaye. As to the wines of Stata, in the vicinity of Falernum, there is no doubt that they formerly held the very highest rank, a fact which proves very clearly that every district has its own peculiar epochs, just as all other things have their rise and their decadence. The Calenian wines, too, from the same neighborhood, used to be preferred from those last mentioned, as also the Fundanian, the produce of vines grown on stays, or else attached to shrubs. The wines, too, of Velaternum and Priverna, which were grown in the vicinity of the city, used to be highly esteemed. As to that produced at Signia, it is by far too rough to be used as a wine, but is very useful as an astringent, and is consequently reckoned among the medicines for that purpose. The fourth rank at the public banquets was given by the late Emperor Julius. He was the first, in fact, that brought them into favor, as we find stated in his letters, to the Mamertine wines, the produce of the country in the vicinity of Messana in Sicily. The finest of these was the Potulunum, so called from its original cultivator, and grown on the spots that lie nearest to the mainland of Italy. The Taromometanium, also a wine of Sicily, enjoys a high repute, and flagons of it are occasionally passed off for Mamertinium. Among the other wines we find mentioned upon the upper sea, those of Praetusia and Ancona, as also those known as the Palmensia, not improbably because the cluster springs from a single shoot. In the interior we find the wines of Cesena, and that known as the Marsanatian, while in the territory of Verona there are the Ratian wines, only inferior, in the estimation of Virgil, to the Falernian. Then, too, at the bottom of the Gulf, we find the wines of Adria. On the shores of the lower sea there are the Latinasian wines, the Gravasan, and the Statonian. In Etruria the wines of Luna bear away the palm, and those of Genua in Liguria. Massilia, which lies between the Pyrenees and the Alps, produces 2 varieties of wine, one of which is richer and thicker than the other, and is used for seasoning other wines, being generally known as Secosum. The reputation of the wine Batera does not extend beyond the Gallic territories, and as for the others that are produced in Gallia Narbonensis, nothing can be positively stated, for the growers of that country have absolutely established manufactories for the purposes of adulteration, where they give a dark hue to their wines by the agency of smoke. I only wish I could say, too, that they do not employ various herbs and noxious drugs for the same purpose. Indeed, these dealers are even known to use aloes for the purpose of heightening the flavor and improving the color of their wines. The regions of Italy that are at a greater distance from the Ausonian Sea are not without their wines of note, such as those of Tarentum, Servitia, and Consentia, and those again of Tempsa, Babia, and Lucania, among which the wines of Thurii hold the preeminence. But the most celebrated of all of them, owing to the fact that Messala used to drink it, and was indebted to it for his excellent health, was the wine of Ligera, which was grown not far from Grumentum. In Campania, more recently, new growths under new names have gained considerable credit, either owing to careful cultivation, or else to some other fortuitous circumstances. Thus, for instance, we find 4 miles from Neapolis the Trebellian, near Capua the Colline wine, and the wine of Trebula, grown in the territory so called, though but of a common sort. Campania boasts of all of these, as well as of her trifling wines. As to the wines of Pompeii, they have arrived at their full perfection in 10 years, after which they gain nothing by age. They are found also to be productive of headache, which often lasts so long as the 6th hour of the next day. These illustrations, if I am not greatly mistaken, will go far to prove that it is the land and the soil that is of primary importance, and not the grape, and that it is quite superfluous to attempt to enumerate all the varieties of every kind, seeing that the same vine, transplanted to several places, is productive of features and characteristics of quite opposite natures. The vineyards of Lalitaneum in Spain are remarkable for the abundance of wine they produce, while those of Tarraco and of Lorraine are esteemed for the choice qualities of their wines. Those two of the Balearic Isles are often put in comparison with the very choicest growths of Italy. I am by no means unaware that most of my readers will be of opinion that I have omitted a vast number of wines, seeing that everyone has his own peculiar choice, so much so that wherever we go we hear the same story told, to the effect that one of the freedmen of the late Emperor Augustus, who was remarkable for his judgment and his refined taste in wines, while employed in tasting for his master's table, made this observation to the master of the house where the emperor was staying, in reference to some wine the growth of that particular country. "The taste of this wine," said he, "is new to me, and it is by no means of first-rate quality. The emperor, however, you will see, will drink of no other. Indeed, I have no wish to deny that there may be other wines deserving of a very high reputation, but those which I have already enumerated are the varieties upon the excellence of which the world is at present agreed." Chapter 9. 38 Varieties of Foreign Wines. We will now, in a similar manner, give a description of the varieties found in parts beyond the sea. After the wines mentioned by Homer, and of which we have already spoken, those held in the highest esteem were the wines of Thasos and Chios, and of the latter more particularly the sort known as Arvisium. By the side of these has been placed the wine of Lesbos, upon the authority of Erostratus, a famous physician, who flourished about the year of the city of Rome 450. At the present day the most esteemed of all is the wine of Clazomene, since they have learned to season it more sparingly with sea water. The wine of Lesbos has naturally a taste of sea water. That from Mount Tumulus is not so much esteemed by itself for its qualities as a wine, as for its peculiar sweetness. It is on account of this that it is mixed with other wines for the purpose of modifying their harsh flavor, by imparting to them a portion of its own sweetness, while at the same time it gives them age, for immediately after the mixture they appear to be much older than they really are. Next in esteem after these are the wines of Sicyon, Cyprus, Telemesus, Tripolis, Burdus, Tyre, and Sibenes. This last is grown in Egypt, being the produce of 3 varieties of grape of the very highest quality, known as the Thasian, the Athalas, and the Puce. Next in rank are the Hippodamantine wine, the Mystic, the Cantharite, the Protrupum of Cnidos, the wine of the Catacomene, the Protridan, and the Mysonian. As to the Mesogitic, it has been found to give headache, while that of Ephesus is far from wholesome, being seasoned with seawater and defrutum. It is said that the wine of Apamia is remarkably well adapted for making mulsum, like that of Praetusia in Italy. for this is a quality peculiar to only certain kinds of wine, the mixture of two sweet liquids being in general not attended with good results. The tragion has quite gone out of date, a wine which the school of Asclepiades has reckoned as next in merit to those of Italy. The physician Apollodorus, in the work which he wrote recommending King Ptolemy, what wines in particular to drink, for in his time the wines of Italy were not generally known, has spoken in high terms of that of Naspercine in Pontus, next to which he places the Eretic, and then the Onytian, the Lucidian, the Ambriosiotic, and the Paparathian, to which last he gives the preference over all the rest, though he states it enjoyed an inferior reputation from the fact of its not being considered fit for drinking until it had been kept 6 years. End of section 20. Recording by laurencetrask, Mount Vernon, Ohio. InterfaceAudio.com.
Section 21 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 21. Chapter 10. 7 Kinds of Salted Wines. Thus far we have treated of wines, the goodness of which is due to the country of their growth. In Greece the wine that is known by the name of bryon, and which is administered for its curative qualities in several maladies, as we shall have occasion to remark when we come to speak on the subject of medicine, has been justly held in the very highest esteem. This wine is made in the following manner. The grapes are plucked before they are quite ripe, and then dried in a hot sun. For 3 days they are turned 3 times a day, and on the 4th day they are pressed, after which the juice is put into casks, and left to acquire age in the heat of the sun. The people of Kos mix sea-water in large quantities with their wines, an invention which they first learned from a slave, who adopted this method by supplying the deficiency that had been caused by his thievish propensities. When this is mixed with white must, the mixture receives the name of lusicocum. In other countries again, they follow a similar plan in making a wine called tethalassomenon. They make a wine also known as thalassites, by placing vessels full of must in the sea, a method which quickly imparts to the wine all the qualities of old age. In our own country, too, Cato has shown the method of making Italian wine into koan. In addition to the modes of preparation above stated, he tells us that it must be left exposed 4 years to the heat of the sun, in order to bring it to maturity. The Rhodian wine is similar to that of Kos, and the Phoranian is of a still saltier flavor. It is generally thought that all the wines from beyond sea arrive at their middle state of maturity in the course of 6 or 7 years. Chapter 11. 18 Varieties of Sweet Wine. Raisin Wine and Hepsema. All the luscious wines have but little aroma. The thinner the wine, the more aroma it has. The colors of wines are 4, white, brown, blood-colored, and black. Scythium and Melamscythium are varieties of raisin wine which have the peculiar flavor of the grape, and not that of wine. Sylobites is a wine grown in Galatia, and Aluntium is a wine of Sicily, both of which have the flavor of mulsum. As to Cerium, by some known as Hepsema, and which is in our language called sapa, it is a product of art and not of nature, being prepared from must boiled down to 1/3. When must is boiled down to 1/2 only, we give it the name of defrutum. All these mixtures have been devised for the adulteration of honey. As to those varieties which we have previously mentioned, their merits depend upon the grape and the soil in which it is grown. Next, after the raisin wine of Crete, those of Cilicia and Africa are held in the highest esteem, both in Italy as well as the adjoining provinces. It is well known that it is made of a grape to which the Greeks have given the name of staia, and which by us is called apiana. It is also made of the scorpula. The grapes are left on the vine to dry in the sun, or else are boiled in the dolium. Some persons make this wine of the sweet and early white grape. They leave the grapes to dry in the sun until they have lost pretty nearly half their weight, after which they crush them and subject them to a gentle pressure. They then draw off the juice and add to the pulp that is left an equal quantity of well water, the product of which is raisin wine of second quality. The more careful makers not only do this, but take care also after drying the grapes to remove the stalks, and then steep the raisins in wine of good quality until they swell, after which they press them. This kind of raisin wine is preferred to all others. With the addition of water, they follow the same plan in making the wine of second quality. The liquor to which the Greeks give the name of aglucos is of middle quality, between the syrops and what is properly called wine. With us it is called semper mustum. It is only made by using great precaution, and taking care that the must does not ferment, such being the state of the must in its transformation into wine. To attain this object, the must is taken from the vat and put into casks, which are immediately plunged into water, and there left to remain until the winter solstice is past, and frosty weather has made its appearance. There is another kind again of natural aglucos, which is known in the province of Narbonensis by the name of dulce, and more particularly in the district of Vacanti. In order to make it, they keep the grape hanging on the tree for a considerable time, taking care to twist the stalk. Some, again, make an incision in the bearing shoot, as deep as the pith, while others leave the grapes to dry on tiles. The only grape, however, that is used in these various processes is that of the vine known as the helvenassa. Some persons add to the list of these sweet wines that known as diaceton. It is made by drying grapes in the sun, and then placing them for 7 days in a closed place upon hurdles, some 7 feet from the ground, care being taken to protect them at night from the dews. On the 8th day they are trodden out. This method, it is said, produces a liquor of exquisite bouquet and flavor. The liquor known as melatites is also one of the sweet wines. It differs from mulsum in being made of must. To 5 congi of rough-flavored must they put 1 congius of honey, and 1 cyathus of salt, and they are then brought to a gentle boil. This mixture is of a rough flavor. Among these varieties I ought to place what is known as protropum, such being the name given by some to the must that runs spontaneously from the grapes before they are trodden out. Directly it flows, it is put into flagons and allowed to ferment, after which it is left to ripen for 40 days in a summer sun, about the rising of the dog star. Chapter 12. 3 varieties of second-rate wine. Those cannot properly be termed wines which by the Greeks are known under the name of deuteria, and which, in common with Cato, we in Italy give the name of lora, being made from the husks of grapes steeped in water. Still, however, this beverage is reckoned as making one of the laborers' wines. There are 3 varieties of it. The first is made in the following manner. After the must is drawn off, 1/10 of its amount in water is added to the husks, which are then left to soak a day and a night, and then are again subjected to pressure. A second kind, that which the Greeks are in the habit of making, is prepared by adding 1/3 in water of the quantity of must that has been drawn off, and after submitting the pulp to pressure, the result is reduced by boiling to 1/3 of its original quantity. A third kind again is pressed out from the wine lees. Cato gives it the name of ficatum. None of these beverages, however, will keep for more than a single year. Chapter 13. At what period generous wines were first commonly made in Italy? While treating of these various details, it occurs to me to mention that of the 80 different kinds throughout the whole earth, which may with propriety be reckoned in the class of generous wines, fully 2/3 are the produce of Italy, which consequently in this respect far surpasses any other country. And on tracing this subject somewhat higher up, the fact suggests itself that the wines of Italy have not been in any great favor from an early period, their high repute having only been acquired since the 600th year of the city. Chapter 14. The inspection of wine ordered by King Romulus. Romulus made libations, not with wine, but with milk, a fact which is fully established by the religious rites which owe their foundation to him, and are observed even to the present day. The Posthumian law, promulgated by King Numa, has an injunction to the following effect: "Sprinkle not the funeral pyre with wine," a law to which he gave his sanction, no doubt, in consequence of the remarkable scarcity of that commodity in those days. By the same law, he also pronounced it illegal to make a libation to the gods of wine that was the produce of an unpruned vine, his object being to compel the husbandmen to prune their vines, a duty which they showed themselves reluctant to perform in consequence of the danger which attended climbing the trees. M. Varro informs us that Mezentius, the king of Etruria, succored the Rutuli against the Latini, upon condition that he should receive all the wine that was then in the territory of Latium. At Rome it was not lawful for women to drink wine. Among the various anecdotes connected with this subject, we find that the wife of Ignatius Messenius was slain by her husband with a stick, because she had drunk some wine from the vat, and that he was absolved from the murder by Romulus. Fabius Pictor, in his Book of Annals, has stated that a certain lady, for having opened a purse in which the keys of the wine cellar were kept, was starved to death by her family. And Cato tells us that it was the usage of the male relatives to give the females a kiss, in order to ascertain whether they smelt of temitum. For it was by that name that wine was then known, whence our word temulentia, signifying drunkenness. C.N. Domitius, the judge, once gave it as his opinion that a certain woman appeared to him to have drunk more wine than was requisite for her health, and without the knowledge of her husband, for which reason he condemned her to lose her dower. For a very long time there was the greatest economy manifested at Rome in use of this article. L. Papirius, the general, who on one occasion commanded against the Samnites, when about to engage, vowed an offering to Jupiter of a small cupful of wine, if he should gain the victory. In fact, among the gifts presented to the gods, we find mention made of offerings of sextari of milk, but never of wine. The same Cato, while on his voyage to Spain, from which he afterwards returned triumphant, would drink of no other wine but that which was served out to the rowers. Very different indeed to the conduct of those who were in the habit of giving to their guests even inferior wine to that which they drink themselves, or else contrive to substitute inferior in the course of the repast. Chapter 15. Wines drunk by the ancient Romans. The wines that were the most esteemed among the ancient Romans were those perfumed with myrrh, as mentioned in the play of Plautus, entitled The Persian, though we find it there stated that calamus ought to be added to it. Hence it is that some persons are of opinion that they were particularly fond of aromatites. But Fabius Dacinus quite decides the question in the following line: "I sent them good wine, myrrh wine." And in his play called Acaristio we find these words: "Bread and pearled barley, myrrh wine too." I find too that Scaevola and L. Aelius, and Aetius and Capito were of the same opinion. And then we read in a play known as the Pseudolus, "But if it is requisite for him to draw forth which is sweet from the place, has he aught of that?" To which Charinus makes answer: "Do you ask the question? He has myrrh wine, raisin wine, defrutum, and honey, from which it would appear that myrrh wine was not only reckoned among the wines, but among the sweet wines too." Chapter 16. Some remarkable facts connected with wine-lofts. The Opimian wine. The fact of the existence of the Opimian wine gives undoubted proof that there were wine-lofts, and that wine was racked off in the year of Rome 633, Italy being already alive to the blessings she enjoyed. Still, however, the several varieties that are now so celebrated were not so in those days, and hence it is that all the wines that were grown at that period have only the one general name of Opimian wines, from the then consul Opimius. So too for a long time afterwards, and indeed so late as the times of our grandfathers, the wines from beyond sea were held in the highest esteem, even though Falernian was already known, a fact which we learn from the line of the comic writer, "I shall draw 5 cups of Thasian and 2 of Falernian." P. Licinius Crassus and L. Julius Caesar, who were censors in the year from the building of the city 665, issued an edict forbidding the sale of either Greek or Armenian wine at a higher price than 8 asses the quadrantal, for such in fact are the exact words of the edict. Indeed, the Greek wines were so highly valued that not more than a single cup was served to a guest during the repast. Chapter 17. At what period 4 kinds of wine were first served at table? M. Varro gives us the following statement as to the wines that were held in the highest esteem at table in his day. L. Lucullus, when a boy, never saw an entertainment at his father's house, however sumptuous it might be, at which Greek wine was handed round more than once during the repast, whereas he himself, when he returned from Asia, distributed as a largesse among the people more than 100,000 congiaria of the same wine. C. Sentius, whom we have seen praetor, used to say that Chian wine never entered his house until his physician prescribed it to him for the cardiac disease. On the other hand, Hortensius left 10,000 casks of it to his heir. Such is the statement made by Varro. And besides, is it not a well-known fact that Caesar, when dictator, at the banquet given on the occasion of his triumph, allotted to each table an amphora of Falernian and a cadus of Chian? On the occasion, too, of his triumph for his victories in Spain, he put before the guests both Chian as well as Falernian. And again, at the banquet given on his 3rd consulship, he gave Falernian, Chian, Lesbian, and Mamertine. Indeed, it is generally agreed that this was the first occasion on which 4 different kinds of wine were served at table. It was after this, then, that all the other sorts came into such very high repute, somewhere about the year of the city 700. Chapter 18. The uses of the wild vine. What juices are naturally the coldest of all? I am not surprised, then, that for these many ages there have been invented almost innumerable varieties of artificial wines, of which I shall now make some mention. They are all of them employed for medicinal purposes. We have already stated in a former book how omphacium, which is used for unguents, is made. The liquor known as enothinium is made from the wild vine, 2 pounds of the flowers of which are steeped in a cadus of must, and are then changed at the end of 30 days. In addition to this, the roots and the husks of the grapes are employed in dressing leather. The grapes, too, a little after the blossom has gone off, are singularly efficacious as a specific for cooling the feverish heat of the body in certain maladies, being, it is said, of a nature remarkable for extreme coldness. A portion of these grapes wither away, in consequence of the heat, before the rest, which are thence called solstitial grapes. Indeed, the whole of them never attain maturity. If one of these grapes, in an unripe state, is given to a barn-door fowl to eat, it is productive of a dislike to grapes for the future. Chapter 19. 66 Varieties of Artificial Wine. The first of the artificial wines has wine for its basis. It is called adynamon, and is made in the following manner. 20 sextarii of white must are boiled down with half that quantity of water, until the amount of the water is lost by evaporation. Some persons mix with the must 10 sextarii of seawater and an equal quantity of rainwater, and leave the whole to evaporate in the sun for 40 days. This beverage is given to invalids to whom it is apprehended that wine may prove injurious. The next kind of artificial wine is that made of the ripe grain of millet. 1.25 pounds of it with the straw is steeped in 2 congi of must, and the mixture is poured off at the end of 6 months. We have already stated how various kinds of wine are made from the tree, the shrub, the herb, respectively known as the lotus. From fruit, too, the following wines are made, to the list of which we shall only add some necessary explanations. First of all, we find the fruit of the palm employed for this purpose by the Parthians as well as the Indians, and indeed throughout all the countries of the East. A modius of the kind of ripe date called chidae is added to 3 congi of water, and after being steeped for some time, they are subjected to pressure. Cycates is a preparation similarly made from figs. Some persons call it palmiprimum, others again catarchites. If sweetness is not the maker's object, instead of water there is added the same quantity of husk juice of grapes. Of the Cyprian fig a very excellent vinegar too is made, and that of Alexandria a still superior. A wine is made too of the pods of the Syrian carob, of pears, and of all kinds of apples. That known as varieties is made from pomegranates, and other varieties are prepared from cornels, medlars, sorb apples, dried mulberries, and pine nuts. These last are left to steep in must, and are then pressed. The others produce a sweet liquor of themselves. We shall have occasion before long to show how Cato has pointed out the method of making myrtites. The Greeks, however, adopt a different method in making it. They first boil tender sprigs of myrtle with the leaves on in white must, and after pounding them, boil down 1 pound of the mixture in 3 congi of must, until it is reduced to a couple of congi. The beverage that is prepared in this manner with the berries of wild myrtle is known as myrtidanum. It will stain the hands. Among the garden plants we find wines made of the following kinds: the radish, asparagus, cunula, oreganum, parsley seed, abrotonum, wild mint, rue, catmint, wild thyme, and horehound. A couple of handfuls of these ingredients are put into a cadus of must, as also 1 sextarius of sapa, and half a sextarius of seawater. A wine is made of the naphew turnip by adding 2 drachms of naphew to 2 sextarii of must. A wine is made also from the roots of squills. Among the flowers, that of the rose furnishes a wine. The leaves are put in a linen cloth and then pounded, after which they are thrown into must with a small weight attached to make them sink to the bottom, the proportion being 40 drachms of leaves to 20 sextarii of must. The vessel in which it is kept must not be opened before the end of 3 months. A wine, too, is made of Gallic nard, and another kind of the wild variety of that plant. I find also that various kinds of aromatites are prepared, differing but very little in their mode of composition from that of the unguents, being made in the first instance, as I have already stated, of myrrh, and then at a later period of Celtic nard, calamus, and aspalathus, of which cakes are made, and are then thrown into either must or sweet wine. Others again make these wines of calamus, scented rush, costus, Syrian nard, amomum, cassia, cinnamon, saffron, palm dates, and fullfoot, all of which are made up into cakes in a similar manner. Other persons again put half a pound of nard and malobothrum to 2 congi of must. And it is in this manner that at the present day, with the addition of pepper and honey, the wines are made by some known as confection wines, and by others as peppered wines. We find mention made of nectarites also, a beverage extracted from an herb known to some as Helenion, to others as Medusa, and to others again as Symphyton, Idaea, Orestion, or Nectaria, the root of which is added in the proportion of 40 drachms to 6 sextarii of must, being first similarly placed in a linen cloth. As to other kinds of wines, we find wormwood wine, made of Pontic wormwood in the proportion of 1 pound to 40 sextarii of must, which is then boiled down until it is reduced to 1/3, or else of slips of wormwood put into wine. In a similar manner, hyssop wine is made of Cilician hyssop, by adding 3 ounces of it to 2 congi of must, or else by pounding 3 ounces of hyssop, and adding them to 1 congius of must. Both of these wines may be made also in another method, by sowing these plants around the roots of vines. It is in this manner too that Cato tells us how to make hellebore wine from black hellebore, and a similar method is used for making scammony wine. The vine has a remarkable propensity of contracting the flavor of any plant that may happen to be growing near it, and hence it is that in the marshy lands of Patavium, the grape has the peculiar flavor of the willow. So, in like manner, we find at Thassos hellebore planted among the vines, or else wild cucumber, or scammony. The wine that is produced from these vines is known by the name of Phythorium, it being productive of abortion. Wines are made too of other herbs, the nature of which will be mentioned in their respective places. The stoicas, for instance, the root of gentian, trigoriganum, dittany, fullfoot, daucus, alisficus, panax, acorus, coniza, thyme, mandragore, and sweet rush. We find the names mentioned also of schizonym, Aetiomelus, and Lectus fagotes, compounds of which the receipt is now lost. The wines that are made from the shrubs are mostly extracted from the two kinds of cedar, the cypress, the laurel, the juniper, the terebinth, and in Gaul, the lentisk. To make these wines they boil either the berries or the new wood of the shrub in must. They employ also the wood of the dwarf olive, the ground pine, and the germander for a similar purpose, adding at the same time 10 drachms of the flour to a congius of must. Chapter 20. Hydromeli, or Melicraton. There is a wine also made solely of honey and water. For this purpose it is recommended that rainwater should be kept for a period of 5 years. Those who show greater skill content themselves with taking the water just after it has fallen, and boiling it down to 1/3, to which they then add 1/3 in quantity of old honey, and keep the mixture exposed to the rays of a hot sun for 40 days after the rising of the dog star. Others, however, rack it off in the course of 10 days, and tightly cork the vessels in which it is kept. This beverage is known as hydromeli, and with age acquires the flavor of wine. It is nowhere more highly esteemed than in Phrygia. Chapter 21. Oxymeli. Vinegar even has been mixed with honey. Nothing, in fact, has been left untried by man. To this mixture the name of oxymeli has been given. It is compounded of 10 pounds of honey, 5 semi-sextari of old vinegar, 1 pound of sea salt, and 5 sextari of rainwater. This is boiled gently till the mixture has bubbled in the pot some 10 times, after which it is drawn off and kept till it is old. All these wines, however, are condemned by Themison, an author of high authority. And really, by Hercules, the use of them does appear to be somewhat forced, unless indeed we are ready to maintain that these aromatic wines are so many compounds taught us by nature, as well as those that are manufactured of perfumes, or that shrubs and plants have been generated only for the purposes of being swallowed in drink. However, all these particulars, when known, are curious and interesting, and show how successfully the human intellect has pried into every secret. None of these wines, however, will keep beyond a year, with the sole exception of those which we have spoken of as requiring age. Many of these, indeed, there can be no doubt, do not improve after being kept so little as 30 days. Chapter 22. 12 kinds of wine with miraculous properties. There are some miraculous properties too in certain wines. It is said that in Arcadia there is a wine grown which is productive of fruitfulness in women, and of madness in men. While in Achaia, and more especially in the vicinity of Cyrenia, there is a wine which causes abortion, an effect which is equally produced if a woman in a state of pregnancy happens only to eat a grape of the vine from which it is grown, although in taste it is in no way different from ordinary grapes. Again, it is confidently asserted that those who drink the wine of treason never bear children. Thassos, it is said, produces 2 varieties of wine with quite opposite properties. By one kind sleep is produced, by the other it is prevented. There is also in the same island a vine known as the Thoraia, the wine and grapes of which are a cure for the bites of serpents. The Libanian wine also produces a wine with the smell of frankincense, with which they make libations to the gods, while, on the other hand, the produce of that known as aspendios is banished from all the altars. It is said, too, that this last vine is never touched by any bird. The Egyptians called by the name of thasian a certain grape of that country, remarkable for its sweetness and its laxative qualities. On the other hand, there is in Lycia a certain grape which proves astringent to the stomach when relaxed. Egypt has a wine too known as ekbolas, which is productive of abortion. There are some wines which at the rising of the dog star change their nature in the wine-lofts where they are kept, and afterwards recover their original quality. The same is the case too with wines when carried across the seas. Those that are able to withstand the motion of the waves appear afterwards to be twice as old as they really are. Chapter 23. What wines it is not lawful to use in the sacred rites. As religion is the great basis of the ordinary usages of life, I shall here remark that it is considered improper to offer libations to the gods with any wines which are the produce of an unpruned vine, or of one that has been struck by lightning, or near to which a dead man has been hung, or of grapes that have been trodden out by sore feet, or made of must from husks that have been cut, or from grapes that have been polluted by the fall of any unclean thing upon them. The Greek wines are excluded also from the sacred administrations, because they contain a portion of water. The vine itself is sometimes eaten. The tops of the shoots are taken off and boiled, and are then pickled in vinegar and brine. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 22. Chapter 24. How must is usually prepared. It will be as well now to make some mention of the methods used in preparing wines. Indeed, several of the Greeks have written separate treatises on this subject, and have made a complete art of it, such for instance as Euphronius, Aristomachus, Chamiades, and Hecesius. The people of Africa are in the habit of neutralizing such acidity as may be found with gypsum, and in some parts with lime. The people of Greece, on the other hand, impart briskness to their wines when too flat, with potter's earth, pounded marble, salt, or seawater. While in Italy again brown pitch is used for that purpose in some parts, and it is the universal practice both there as well as in the adjoining provinces to season their new wines with resin. Sometimes too they season them with old wine lees or vinegar. They make various medicaments also for this purpose with the must itself. They boil it down till it becomes quite sweet, and has lost a considerable portion of its strength. Though thus prepared, they say it will never last beyond a single year. In some places they boil down the must till it becomes sapa, and then mix it with their wines for the purpose of modifying their harshness. Both for these kinds of wines, as indeed all others, they always employ vessels which have themselves received an inner coat of pitch. The method of preparing them will be set forth in a succeeding book. Chapter 25. Pitch and Resin. Of the trees from which pitch and resin distill, there are some which grow in the East, and others in Europe. The province of Asia, which lies between the two, has also some of both kinds. In the East, the very best commodity of this kind, and of the finest quality, is that produced by the terebinth, and next to it, that from the lentisk, which is also known as the mastiche. The next in quality to these is the juice of the cypress, being of a more acrid flavor than any other. All the above juices are liquid, and of a resinous nature only, but that of the cedar is comparatively thick, and of a proper consistency for making pitch. The Arabian resin is of a pale color, has an acrid smell, and its fumes are stifling to those employed in boiling it. That of Judea is of a harder nature, and has a stronger smell than that from the terebinth even. The Syrian resin has all the appearance of Attic honey, but that of Cyprus is superior to any other. It is the color of honey, and is of a soft, fleshy nature. The resin of colophon is yellower than other varieties, but when pounded it turns white. It has a stifling smell, for which reason the perfumers do not employ it. That prepared in Asia from the produce of the pitch tree is very white, and is known by the name of spagus. All the resins are soluble in oil. Some persons are of opinion also that potter's chalk may be so dissolved. I feel ashamed to avow that the principal esteem in which the resins are held among us is as depilatories for taking the hair off men's bodies. The method used for seasoning wines is to sprinkle pitch in the must during the first fermentation, which never lasts beyond 9 days at the most, so that a bouquet is imparted to the wine, with, in some degree, its own peculiar piquancy of flavor. It is generally considered that this is done most effectually by the use of raw flour of resin, which imparts a considerable degree of briskness to wine, while, on the other hand, it is thought that crapula itself, if mixed, tends to mitigate the harshness of the wine and subdue its asperity, and when the wine is thin and flat, to give it additional strength and body. It is in Liguria more particularly, and the districts in the vicinity of the Paris, that the utility is recognized of mixing crapula with the must, in doing which the following rule is adopted. With wines of a strong and generous nature they mix a large quantity, while with those that are poor and thin they use it more sparingly. There are some who would have the wine seasoned with both crapula and flour of resin at the same time. Pitch, too, when used for this purpose, has much the same properties as must when so employed. In some places the must is subject to a spontaneous fermentation a second time. When this unfortunately happens, it loses all its flavor, and then receives the name of vapa, a word which is applied as an opprobrious appellation even to worthless men of degenerate spirit. In vinegar, on the other hand, notwithstanding its tart and acrid taste, there are very considerable virtues, and without it, we should miss many of the comforts of civilized life. In addition to what we have already stated, the treatment and preparation of wines are the object of such remarkable attention that we find some persons employing ashes, and others gypsum, and others substances of which we have already spoken, for the purpose of improving its condition. The ashes, however, of the shoots of vines or of the wood of the quercus are in general preferred for this purpose. It is recommended also to take sea water far out at sea, and to keep it in reserve to be employed for this purpose. At all events, it ought to be taken up in the night and during the summer solstice, while the northeast wind is blowing. But if taken at the time of the vintage, it should be boiled before being used. The pitch most highly esteemed in Italy for preparing vessels for storing wine is that which comes from Bruttium. It is made from the resin that distills from the pitch tree. That which is used in Spain is held in but little esteem, being the produce of the wild pine. It is bitter, dry, and of a disagreeable smell. While speaking of the wild trees in a succeeding book, we shall make mention of the different varieties of pitch, and the methods used in preparing it. The defects in resin, besides those which we have already mentioned, are a certain degree of acridity, or a peculiar smoky flavor, while the great fault in pitch is the being overburnt. The ordinary test of its goodness is a certain luminous appearance when broken to pieces. It ought to stick to the teeth, with a pleasant tart flavor. In Asia, the pitch which is most esteemed is that of Mount Ida, in Greece of Pieria. But Virgil gives the preference to the Norician pitch. The most careful makers mix with the wine black mastiche, which comes from Pontus, and resembles bitumen in appearance, as also iris root and oil. As to coating the vessels with wax, it has been found that the wine is apt to turn acid. It is a better plan to put wines in vessels that have held vinegar, than in those which have previously contained sweet wine or mulsum. Cato recommends that wines should be got up, consinari is his word, by putting of lye ashes boiled down with defrutum, 1/40th part to the Julius, or else 1.5 pounds of salt, with pounded marble as well. He makes mention of sulfur also, but only gives the very last place to resin. When the fermentation of the wine is coming to an end, he recommends the addition of the must, to which he gives the name of tortivum, meaning that which is pressed out the very last of all. For the purpose of coloring wine, we also add certain substances as a sort of pigment, and these have a tendency to give it a body as well. By such poisonous sophistications is this beverage compelled to suit our tastes, and then we are surprised that it is injurious in its effects. It is a proof that wine is beginning to turn bad, if a plate of lead, on being put in it, changes its color. Chapter 26. Vinegar. Lees of wine. It is a peculiarity of wine among the liquids to become moldy, or else to turn to vinegar. There are whole volumes which treat of the various methods of preventing this. The lees of wine, when dried, will take fire and burn without the addition of fuel. The ashes so produced have very much the nature of nitra, and similar virtues. The more so indeed, the more unctuous they are to the touch. Chapter 27. Wine Vessels. Wine Cellars. The various methods of keeping and storing wines in the cellar are very different. In the vicinity of the Alps, they put their wines in wooden vessels hooped around. During their cold winters, they even keep lighted fires to protect the wines from the effects of the cold. It is a singular thing to mention, but still it has been occasionally seen that these vessels have burst asunder, and there has stood the wine in frozen masses. A miracle almost, as it is not ordinarily the nature of wine to freeze, cold having only the effect of benumbing it. In more temperate climates, they place their wines in dolia, which they bury in the earth, either covering them entirely or in part according to the temperature. Sometimes again they expose their wines in the open air, while at others they are placed beneath sheds for protection from the atmosphere. The following are among the rules given for the proper management of wines. One side of the wine cellar, or at least all events the windows, ought to face the northeast, or at least due east. All dunghills and roots of trees, and everything of a repulsive smell, ought to be kept at as great a distance as possible, wine being very apt to contract an odor. Fig trees, too, either wild or cultivated, ought not to be planted in the vicinity. Intervals should also be left between the vessels in order to prevent infection, in case of any of them turning bad, wine being remarkably apt to become tainted. The shape, too, of the vessels is of considerable importance. Those that are broad and bellying are not so good. We find it recommended, too, to pitch them immediately after the rising of the dog star, and then to wash them either with sea or salt water, after which they should be sprinkled with the ashes of tree shoots, or else with potter's earth. They ought then to be cleaned out and perfumed with myrrh, a thing which ought to be frequently done to the wine cellars as well. Weak, thin wines should be kept in dolia sunk in the ground, while those in which the stronger ones are kept should be more exposed to the air. The vessels ought on no account to be entirely filled, room being left for seasoning by mixing either raisin wine or else defrutum flavored with saffron. Old pitch and sapa are sometimes used for the same purpose. The lids, too, of the dolia ought to be seasoned in a similar manner, with the addition of mastiche and Bruttian pitch. It is strongly recommended never to open the vessels except in fine weather, nor yet while a south wind is blowing, or at a full moon. The flower of wine when white is looked upon as a good sign, but when it is red it is bad, unless that should happen to be the color of the wine. The vessels too should not be hot to the touch, nor should the covers throw out a sort of sweat. When wine very soon flowers on the surface and emits an odor, it is a sign that it will not keep. As to defrutum and sapa, it is recommended to commence boiling them when there is no moon to be seen, or, in other words, at the conjunction of that planet and at no other time. Leaden vessels should be used for this purpose and not copper ones, and walnuts are generally thrown into them from a notion that they absorb the smoke. In Campania they expose the very finest wines in casks in the open air, it being the opinion that it tends to improve the wine if it is exposed to the action of the sun and moon, the rain and the winds. Chapter 28. Drunkenness. If anyone will take the trouble duly to consider the matter, he will find that upon no one subject is the industry of man kept more constantly on the alert than upon the making of wine. As if nature had not given us water as a beverage, the one in fact of which all the other animals make use. We, on the other hand, even go so far as to make our very beasts of burden drink wine. So vast are our efforts, so vast our labors, and so boundless the cost which we thus lavish upon a liquid which deprives man of his reason and drives him to frenzy and to the commission of 1,000 crimes. So great, however, are its attractions, that a great part of mankind are of opinion that there is nothing else in life worth living for. Nay, what is even more than this, that we may be enabled to swallow all the more, we have adopted the plan of diminishing its strength by pressing it through filters of cloth, and have devised numerous inventions whereby to create an artificial thirst. To promote drinking, we find that even poisonous mixtures have been invented, and some men are known to take a dose of hemlock before they begin to drink, that they may have the fear of death before them to make them take their wine. Others again take powdered pumice for the same purpose, and various other mixtures, which I should feel quite ashamed any further to enlarge upon. We see the more prudent among those who are given to this habit have themselves parboiled in hot baths, from whence they are carried away half dead. Others there are again who cannot wait till they have got to the banqueting couch. No, not so much as till they have got their shirt on, but all naked and panting as they are, the instant they leave the bath they seize hold of large vessels filled with wine, to show off, as it were, their mighty powers, and so gulp down the whole of the contents only to vomit them up again the very next moment. This they will repeat too a second and even a third time, just as though they had only been begotten for the purpose of wasting wine, and as if that liquor could not be thrown away without having first passed through the human body. It is to encourage habits such as these that we have introduced the athletic exercises of other countries, such as rolling in the mud, for instance, and throwing the arms back to show off a brawny neck and chest. Of all these exercises, thirst, it is said, is the chief and primary object. And then, too, what vessels are employed for holding wine, carved all over with the representations of adulterous intrigues, as if, in fact, drunkenness itself was not sufficiently capable of teaching us lessons of lustfulness. Thus we see wines quaffed out of impurities, and inebriety invited even by the hope of a reward. Invited, did I say? May the gods forgive me for saying so, purchased outright. We find one person induced to drink upon the condition that he shall have as much to eat as he has previously drunk, while another has to quaff as many cups as he has thrown points on the dice. Then it is that the roving, insatiate eyes are setting a price upon the matron's chastity, and yet, heavy as they are with wine, they do not fail to betray their designs to her husband. Then it is that all the secrets of the mind are revealed. One man is heard to disclose the provisions of his will, another lets fall some expression of fatal import, and so fails to keep to himself words which will be sure to come home to him with a cut throat. And how many a man has met his death in this fashion? Indeed, it has become quite a common proverb that in wine there is truth. Should he, however, fortunately escape all these dangers, the drunkard never beholds the rising sun, by which his life of drinking is made all the shorter. From wine, too, comes that pallid hue, those drooping eyelids, those sore eyes, those tremulous hands, unable to hold with steadiness the overflowing vessel, condign punishment in the shape of sleep agitated by furies during the restless night, and, the supreme reward of inebriety, those dreams of monstrous lustfulness and of forbidden delights. Then, on the next day, there is the breath reeking of the wine cask, and a nearly total obliviousness of everything, from the annihilation of the powers of the memory. And this, too, is what they call seizing the moments of life, whereas, in reality, while other men lose the day that has gone before, the drinker has already lost the one that is to come. They first began, in the reign of Tiberius Claudius, some 40 years ago, to drink fasting, and to take wets of wine before meals. An outlandish fashion, however, and only patronized by physicians who wished to recommend themselves by the introduction of some novelty or other. It is in the exercise of their drinking powers that the Parthians look for their share of fame, and it was in this that Alcibiades among the Greeks earned his great repute. Among ourselves, too, Novellius Torquatus of Mediolanum, a man who held all the honors of the state from the prefecture to the proconsulate, could drink off 3 congi at a single draught, a feat from which he obtained the surname of Tricongius. This he did before the eyes of the Emperor Tiberius, and to his extreme surprise and astonishment, a man who in his old age was very morose and indeed very cruel in general. though in his younger days he himself had been too much addicted to wine. Indeed, it was owing to that recommendation that it was generally thought that El Piso was selected by him to have the charge and custody of the city of Rome, he having kept up a drinking bout at the residence of Tiberius just after he had become emperor, 2 days and 2 nights without intermission. In no point, too, was it generally said that Drusus Caesar took after his father Tiberius more than this. Torquatus had the rather uncommon glory, for this science too is regulated by peculiar laws of its own, of never being known to stammer in his speech, or to relieve the stomach by vomiting or urine, while engaged in drinking. He was always on duty at the morning guard, was able to empty the largest vessel at a single draught, and yet to take more ordinary cups in addition than anyone else. He was always to be implicitly depended upon too, for being able to drink without taking breath and without ever spitting, or so much as leaving enough at the bottom of the cup to make a plash upon the pavement, thus showing himself an exact observer of the regulations which have been made to prevent all shirkers on the part of drinkers. Turgilla reproaches Cicero, the son of Marcus Cicero, with being in the habit of taking off a couple of congi at a single draught, and with having thrown a cup, when in a state of drunkenness, at M. Agrippa. Such in fact being the ordinary results of intoxication. But it is not to be wondered at that Cicero was desirous in this respect to eclipse the fame of M. Antonius, the murderer of his father. A man who had, before the time of the younger Cicero, shown himself so extremely anxious to maintain the superiority in this kind of qualification, that he had even gone so far as to publish a book upon the subject of his own drunkenness. Daring in this work to speak in his own defense, he has proved very satisfactorily, to my thinking, how many were the evils he had inflicted upon the world through this same vice of drunkenness. It was but a short time before the Battle of Actium that he vomited forth this book of his, from which we have no great difficulty in coming to the conclusion that, drunk as he already was with the blood of his fellow citizens, the only result was that he thirsted for it all the more. For in fact, such is the infallible characteristic of drunkenness, the more a person is in the habit of drinking, the more eager he is for drink. And the remark of the Scythian ambassador is as true as it is well known. The more the Parthians drink, the thirstier they were for it. Chapter 29. Liquors with the strength of wine made from water and corn. The people of the Western world have also their intoxicating drinks, made from corn steeped in water. These beverages are prepared in different ways throughout Gaul and the provinces of Spain, under different names too, though in their results they are the same. The Spanish provinces have even taught us the fact that these liquors are capable of being kept till they have attained a considerable age. Egypt too has invented for its use a very similar beverage made from corn. Indeed, in no part of the world is drunkenness ever at a loss. And then besides, they take these drinks unmixed, and do not dilute them with water, the way that wine is modified. And yet, by Hercules, one really might have supposed that there the earth produced nothing but corn for the people's use. Alas, what wondrous skill, and yet how misplaced means have absolutely been discovered for getting drunk upon water even. There are 2 liquids that are peculiarly grateful to the human body, wine within and oil without, both of them the produce of trees, and most excellent in their respective kinds. Oil indeed we may pronounce an absolute necessary, nor has mankind been slow to employ all the arts of invention in the manufacture of it. How much more ingenious, however, has man shown himself in devising various kinds of drink will be evident from the fact that there are no less than 195 different kinds of it. Indeed, if all the varieties are reckoned, they will amount to nearly double that number. The various kinds of oil are much less numerous. We shall proceed to give an account of them in the following book. Summary. Remarkable facts, narratives, and observations, 510. Roman authors quoted: Cornelius Valerianus, Virgil, Celsus, Cato the Censor, Sacerna, father and son, Scrofa, M. Varro, D. silanus, Fabius pictor, Trogos, Hyginus, Flaccus varius, Grycinus, Julius Atticus, Columella, Masurius Sabinus, Fenestella, Turgilla, Macius Plautus, Flavius, Docinus, Scaevola, Aelius, Attius Capito, Cotta Messallinus, L. Piso, Pompeius Linnaeus, Fabianus, Sextius Niger, Vibius Rufus. Foreign authors quoted: Hesiod, Theophrastus, Aristotle, Democritus, King Hero, King Attalus Philometor, Archytas, Xenophon, Amphilochus of Athens, Anaxagoras of Thasos, Apollodorus of Lemnos, Aristophanes of Miletus, Antigonus of Cyane, Agathocles of Chios, Apollonius of Pergamus, Aristander of Athens, Botrus of Athens, Bacchius of Miletus, Bion of Soli, Caria of Athens, Charistus of Athens, Diodorus of Priene, Dion of Colophon, Epigenus of Rhodes, Euagon of Thasos, Euphronius of Athens, Androtion who wrote on agriculture, Atrion who wrote on agriculture, Lysimachus who wrote on agriculture, Dionysius who translated Mago, Diophanes who made an epitome of the work of Dionysius, Asclepiades the physician, Onesicritus, King Juba. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Natural History Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History Volume 3 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 23. Book 15. The Natural History of the Fruit Trees. Chapter 1. The olive. How long it existed only in Greece. At what period it was first introduced into Italy, Spain, and Africa. Theophrastus, one of the most famous among the Greek writers, who flourished about the year 440 of the city of Rome, has asserted that the olive does not grow at a distance of more than 40 miles from the sea. Fenestella tells us that in the year of Rome 173, being the reign of Tarquinius Priscus, it did not exist in Italy, Spain, or Africa, whereas at the present day it has crossed the Alps even, and has been introduced into the two provinces of Gaul and the middle of Spain. In the year of Rome 505, Appius Claudius, grandson of Appius Claudius Caesus, and Lucius Junius, being consuls, 12 pounds of oil sold for an ass. And at a later period, in the year 680, Marcus Seius, son of Lucius the curule aedile, regulated the price of olive oil at Rome at the rate of 10 pounds for the ass, for the whole year. A person will be the less surprised at this when he learns that 22 years after, in the third consulship of Gnaeus Pompeius, Italy was able to export olive oil to the provinces. Hesiod, who looked upon an acquaintance with agriculture as conducive in the very highest degree to the comforts of life, has declared that there was no one who had ever gathered fruit from the olive tree that had been sown by his own hands. So slow was it in reaching maturity in those times. Whereas now, at the present day, it is sown in nurseries even, and if transplanted will bear fruit the following year. Chapter 2. The nature of the olive, and of new olive oil. Fabianus maintains that the olive will grow neither in very cold climates, nor yet in very hot ones. Virgil has mentioned 3 varieties of the olive, the orchites, the radius, and the possia, and says that they require no raking or pruning, nor in fact any attention whatever. There is no doubt that in the case of these plants, soil and climate are the things of primary importance, but still it is usual to prune them at the same time as the vine, and they are improved by lopping between them every here and there. The gathering of the olive follows that of the grape, and there is even a greater degree of skill required in preparing oil than in making wine. For the very same olives will frequently give quite different results. The first oil of all, produced from the raw olive before it has begun to ripen, is considered preferable to all the others in flavor. In this kind, too, the first droppings of the press are the most esteemed, diminishing gradually in goodness and value, and this, whether the wicker work basket is used in making it, or whether, following the more recent plan, the pulp is put in a stick strainer with narrow spikes and interstices. The riper the berry, the more unctuous the juice, and the less agreeable the taste. To obtain a result both abundant and of excellent flavor, the best time to gather it is when the berry is just on the point of turning black. In this state it is called drupa by us, by the Greeks dripetis. In addition to these distinctions, it is of importance to observe whether the berry ripens in the press or while on the branch, whether the tree has been watered, or whether the fruit has been nurtured solely by its own juices, and has imbibed nothing else but the dews of heaven. Chapter 3. Olive oil, the countries in which it is produced, and its various qualities. It is not with olive oil as it is with wine, for by age it acquires a bad flavor, and at the end of a year it is already old. This, if rightly understood, is a wide provision on the part of nature. Wine, which is only produced for the drunkard, she has seen no necessity for us to use when new. Indeed, by the fine flavor which it acquires with age, she rather invites us to keep it. But on the other hand, she has not willed that we should be thus sparing of oil, and so has rendered its use common and universal by the very necessity there is of using it while fresh. In the production of this blessing as well, Italy holds the highest rank among all countries, and more particularly the territory of Venafrum, that part of it in especial which produces the Licinian oil, the qualities of which have conferred upon the Licinian olive the very highest renown. It is our unguents which have brought this oil into such great esteem, the peculiar odor of it adapting itself so well to the full development of their qualities. At the same time its delicate flavor equally enlists the palate in its behalf. In addition to this, birds will never touch the berry of the Licinian olive. Next to Italy, the contest is maintained, and on very equal terms, between the territories of Istria and of Baetica. The next rank for excellence is claimed by the other provinces of our empire, with the exception of Africa, the soil of which is better adapted for grain. That country nature has given exclusively to the cereals. Of oil and wine she has all but deprived it, securing it a sufficient share of renown by its abundant harvests. As to the remaining particulars connected with the olive, they are replete with erroneous notions, and I shall have occasion to show that there is no part of our agricultural economy upon which people have been more generally mistaken. The olive is composed of a stone, oil, flesh, and a murca, the last being a bitter liquid principally composed of water. Hence it is that in seasons of drought it is less plentiful, and more abundant when rains have prevailed. The oil is a juice peculiar to the olive, a fact more particularly stated in reference to its unripe state, as we have already mentioned when speaking of Amphissium. This oil continues on the increase up to the rising of Arcturus, or, in other words, the 16th day before the calends of October, after which the increase is in the stone and the flesh. When drought has been followed by abundant rains, the oil is spoiled, and turns to amurca. It is the color of this amurca that makes the olive turn black. Hence, when the berry is just beginning to turn that color, there is but little amurca in it, and before that period none at all. It is an error then on the part of persons to suppose that that is the commencement of maturity, which is in reality only the near approach of corruption. A second error too is the supposition that the oil increases proportionably to the flesh of the berry, it being the fact that the oil is all the time undergoing a change into flesh, and the stone is growing larger and larger within. It is for this reason more particularly that care is taken to water the tree at this period. The real result of all this care and attention, as well as of the fall of copious rains, being that the oil in reality is absorbed as the berry increases in size, unless fine dry weather should happen to set in, which naturally tends to contract the volume of the fruit. According to Theophrastus, heat is the sole primary cause of the oleaginous principle, for which reason it is that in the presses, and in the cellars even, great fires are lighted to improve the quality of the oil. A third error arises from misplaced economy. To spare the expense of gathering, people are in the habit of waiting till the berry falls from the tree. Others again, who wish to follow a middle course in this respect, beat the fruit off with poles, and so inflict injury on the tree and ensure loss in the succeeding year. Indeed, there was a very ancient regulation in existence relative to the gathering of the olive: neither pull nor beat the olive tree. Those who would observe a still greater degree of precaution strike the branches slightly with a reed on one side of them, but even then the tree is reduced to bearing fruit but once in 2 years, in consequence of the injury done to the buds. Not less injurious, however, are the results of waiting till the berries fall from the tree, for by remaining on it beyond the proper time, they deprive the crop that is coming on of its due share of nutriment by occupying its place. A clear proof of which is, that if they are not gathered before the west winds prevail, they are found to have acquired renewed strength, and are all the later before they fall. Chapter 4. 15 Varieties of Olives. The first olive that is gathered after the autumn is that known as the possia, the berry of which, owing to a vicious method of cultivation, and not any fault on the part of nature, has the most flesh upon it. Next to this is the orchids, which contain the greatest quantity of oil, and then, after that, the radius. As these are of a peculiarly delicate nature, the heat very rapidly takes effect upon them, and the amurca they contain causes them to fall. On the other hand, the gathering of the tough, hard-skinned olive is put off so late as the month of March, it being well able to resist the effects of moisture, and consequently very small. Those varieties known as the Licinian, the Cominian, the Contian, and the Sergian, by the Sabines called the royal olive, do not turn black before the west winds prevail, or in other words, before the 6th day before the Ides of February. At this period it is generally thought that they begin to ripen, and as a most excellent oil is extracted from them, experience would seem to give its support to a theory which in reality is altogether wrong. The growers say that in the same degree that cold diminishes the oil, the ripeness of the berry augments it, whereas in reality the goodness of the oil is owing, not to the period at which the olive is gathered, but to the natural properties of this peculiar variety, in which the oil is remarkably slow in turning to amurca. A similar error, too, is committed by those who keep the olives, when gathered, upon a layer of boards, and do not press the fruit till it has thrown out a sweat, it being the fact that every hour lost tends to diminish the oil and increase the amurca. The consequence is, that according to the ordinary computation, a modius of olives yields no more than 6 pounds of oil. No one, however, ever takes account of the quantity of amurca to ascertain, in reference to the same kind of berry, to what extent it increases daily in amount. Then again, it is a very general error among practical persons to suppose that the oil increases proportionably to the increased size of the berry, and more particularly so when it is so clearly proved that such is not the case, with reference to the variety known as the royal olive, by some called margarina, and by others folia, this berry being of the very largest size, and yet yielding a minimum of juice. In Egypt, too, the berries, which are remarkably meaty, are found to produce but very little oil, while those of Decapolis in Syria are so extremely small that they are no bigger than a caper, and yet they are highly esteemed for their flesh. It is for this reason that the olives from the parts beyond sea are preferred for table to those of Italy, though at the same time they are very inferior to them for making oil. In Italy, those of Picenum and of Sidicina are considered the best for table. These are kept apart from the others and steeped in salt, after which, like other olives, they are put in amurca, or else boiled wine. Indeed, some of them are left to float solely in their own oil, without any adventitious mode of preparation, and are then known as colimbades. Sometimes the berry is crushed, and then seasoned with green herbs to flavour it. Even in an unripe state, the olive is rendered fit for eating by being sprinkled with boiling water. It is quite surprising, too, how readily it will imbibe sweet juices and retain an adventitious flavor from foreign substances. With this fruit, as with the grape, there are purple varieties, and the pulsia is of a complexion approaching to black. Besides those already mentioned, there are the superba and a remarkably luscious kind which dries of itself, and is even sweeter than the raisin. This last variety is extremely rare, and is to be found in Africa and in the vicinity of Emerita in Lusitania. The oil of the olive is prevented from getting thick and rancid by the admixture of salt. By making an incision in the bark of the tree, an aromatic odor may be imparted to the oil. Any other mode of seasoning, such for instance as those used with reference to wine, is not at all gratifying to the palate. Nor do we find so many varieties in oil as there are in the produce of the grape, there being in general but 3 different degrees of goodness. In fine oil the odor is more penetrating, but even in the very best it is but short-lived. Chapter 5. The nature of olive oil. It is one of the properties of oil to impart warmth to the body and to protect it against the action of cold, while at the same time it promotes coolness in the head when heated. The Greeks, those parents of all vices, have abused it by making it minister to luxury, and employing it commonly in the gymnasium. Indeed, it is a well-known fact that the governors of those establishments have sold the scrapings of the oil used there for a sum of 80,000 sesterces. The majesty of the Roman sway has conferred high honour upon the olive. Crowned with it, the troops of the equestrian order are wont to defile upon the Ides of July. It is used, too, by the victor in the minor triumphs of the ovation. At Athens also they are in the habit of crowning the conqueror with olive, and at Olympia the Greeks employ the wild olive for a similar purpose. Chapter 6. The culture of the olive, its mode of preservation, the method of making olive oil. We will now proceed to mention the precepts given by Cato in relation to this subject. Upon a warm, rich soil he recommends us to sow the greater radius, the salentina, the orchids, the pulsia, the sturgeon, the cominion, and the albicera. But with a remarkable degree of prudence he adds that those varieties ought to be planted in preference which are considered to thrive best in the neighbouring localities. In a cold and meagre soil he says that the Licinian olive should be planted, and he informs us that a rich or hot soil has the effect, in this last variety, of spoiling the oil, while the tree becomes exhausted by its own fertility, and is liable to be attacked by a sort of red moss. He states it as his opinion that the olive grounds ought to have a western aspect, and, indeed, he approves of no other. According to him, the best method of preserving olives is to put the orchids and the pulsia, while green, in a strong brine, or else to bruise them first and preserve them in mastic oil. The more bitter the olive, he says, the better the oil. But they should be gathered from the ground the very moment they fall, and washed if they are dirty. He says that 3 days will be quite sufficient for drying them, and that if it is frosty weather they should be pressed on the 4th, care being taken to sprinkle them with salt. Olives, he informs us, lose oil by being kept in a boarded storeroom, and deteriorate in quality, the same being the case too if the oil is left with the amurca and the pulp, or, in other words, the flesh of the olive that forms the residue and becomes the dregs. For this reason he recommends that the oil should be poured off several times in the day, and then put into vessels or cauldrons of lead, for copper vessels will spoil it, he says. All these operations, however, should be carried on with presses heated and tightly closed, and exposed to the air as little as possible, for which reason he recommends that wood should never be cut there, the most convenient fuel for the fires being the stones of the berries. From the cauldron the oil should be poured into vats, in order that the pulp and the amurca may be disengaged in a solidified form. To effect which object, the vessels should be changed as often as convenient, while at the same time the osier baskets should be carefully cleaned with a sponge, and the oil may run out in as clean and pure a state as possible. In later times the plan has been adopted of invariably crushing the olives in boiling water and at once putting them whole in the press, a method of effectually extracting the amurca, and then, after crushing them in the oil press, subjecting them to pressure once more. It is recommended that not more than 100 modi should be pressed at one time. The name given to this quantity is factus, while the oil that flows out of the first pressure is called the floss. 4 men working at 2 presses day and night ought to be able to press out 3 factuses of olives. Chapter 7. 48 Varieties of Artificial Oils. The cycus tree, or croton, or scilly, or sesamum. In those times artificial oils had not been introduced, and hence it is, I suppose, that we find no mention made of them by Cato. At the present day the varieties are very numerous. We will first speak of those which are produced from trees, and among them more particularly the wild olive. This olive is small, and much more bitter than the cultivated one, and hence its oil is only used in medicinal preparations. The oil that bears the closest resemblance to it is that extracted from the camellia, a shrub which grows among the rocks, and not more than a palm in height, the leaves and berries being similar to those of the wild olive. A third oil is that made of the fruit of the cycus, a tree which grows in Egypt in great abundance. By some it is known as croton, by others as scilly, and by others again as wild sesamum. It is not so very long since this tree was first introduced here. In Spain too it shoots up with great rapidity to the size of the olive tree, having a stem like that of the ferula, the leaf of the vine, and a seed that bears a resemblance to a small pale grape. Our people are in the habit of calling it ricinus, from the resemblance of the seed to that insect. It is boiled in water, and the oil that swims on the surface is then skimmed off, but in Egypt, where it grows in a greater abundance, the oil is extracted without employing either fire or water for the purpose, the seed being first sprinkled with salt and then subjected to pressure. Eaten with food this oil is repulsive, but it is very useful for burning in lamps. Amygdalinum, by some persons known as metopium, is made of bitter almonds dried and beaten into a cake, after which they are steeped in water and then beaten again. An oil is extracted from the laurel also, with the aid of olive oil. Some persons use the berries only for this purpose, while others again employ the leaves and the outer skin of the berries. Some add storax also, and other odoriferous substances. The best kind for this purpose is the broad-leaved or wild laurel, with the black berry. The oil, too, of the black myrtle is of a similar nature. That with the broad leaf is reckoned also the best. The berries are first sprinkled with warm water, and then beaten, after which they are boiled. Some persons take the more tender leaves and boil them in olive oil, and then subject them to pressure, while others, again, steep them in oil and leave the mixture to ripen in the sun. The same method is also adopted with the cultivated myrtle, but the wild variety with small berries is generally preferred. By some it is known as the oxymyrcin, by others as the camomyrcin, and by others again as the acoron, from its strong resemblance to that plant, it being short and branching. An oil is made too from the citrus and from the cypress, also from the walnut, and known by the name of carinon, and from the fruit of the cedar, being generally known as piseleon. Oil is extracted from the grain of cnidos, the seed being first thoroughly cleaned and then pounded, and from mastic also. As to the oil called cyprinum, and that extracted from the Egyptian berry, we have already mentioned the mode in which they are prepared as perfumes. The Indians too are said to extract oils from the chestnut, sesamum, and rice, and the Aethiopagi from fish. Scarcity of oil for the supply of lamps sometimes compels us to make it from the berries of the plane tree, which are first steeped in salt and water. Enanthemum again is made from the enanth, as we have already stated when speaking of perfumes. In making glucinum, must is boiled with olive oil at a slow heat. Some persons, however, do not employ fire in making it, but leave a vessel filled with oil and must, surrounded with grape husks, for 22 days, taking care to stir it twice a day. By the end of that period, the whole of the must is imbibed by the oil. Some persons mix with this not only some succum, but perfumes of still greater price. That too which is used in the gymnasia is scented with perfumes as well, but those of the very lowest quality. Oils are made too from aspalathus, from calamus, balsamum, cardamom, melilot, Gallic nard, panax, some succum, elenium, and root of cinnamomum, the plants being first left to steep in oil and then pressed. In a similar manner too, rhodinum is made from roses, and gentianum from the sweet rush, bearing a remarkable resemblance to the rose oil. Other oils, again, are extracted from henbane, lupines, and narcissus. Great quantities of oil are made in Egypt too, of radish seed, or else of a common grass known there as cortinon. Sesamum also yields an oil, and so does the nettle, its oil being known as cnidinum. In other countries too, an oil is extracted from lilies left to steep in the open air and subjected to the influence of the sun, moon, and frosts. On the borders of Cappadocia and Galatia, they make an oil from the herbs of the country known as selgicum, remarkably useful for strengthening the tendons, similar in fact to that of iguvium in Italy. From pitch an oil is extracted that is known as picinum. It is made by boiling the pitch and spreading fleeces over the vessels to catch the steam, and then wringing them out. The most approved kind is that which comes from Brutium, the pitch of that country being remarkably rich and resinous. The color of this oil is yellow. There is an oil that grows spontaneously in the maritime parts of Syria, known to us as eleomeli. It is an unctuous substance which distills from certain trees of a thicker consistency than honey, but somewhat thinner than resin. It has a sweet flavor, and is employed for medicinal purposes. Old olive oil is of use for some kinds of maladies. It is thought to be particularly useful too in the preservation of ivory from decay. At all events, the statue of Saturn at Rome is filled with oil in the interior. Chapter 8. Amorca. But it is upon the praises of Amorca more particularly that Cato has enlarged. He recommends that vats and casks for keeping oil should be first seasoned with it, to prevent them from soaking up the oil, and he tells us that threshing floors should be well rubbed with it, to keep away ants and to prevent any chinks or crannies from being left. The mortar too of walls, he says, ought to be seasoned with it, as well as the roofs and floors of granaries. And he recommends that wardrobes should be sprinkled with amorca as a preservative against woodworms and other noxious insects. He says too that all grain of the cereals should be steeped in it, and speaks of it as efficacious for the cure of maladies in cattle as well as trees, and as useful even for ulcerations in the inside and upon the face of man. We learn from him also that thongs, all articles made of leather, sandals, and axle-trees used to be anointed with boiled amorca, which was employed also to preserve copper vessels against vendigrees, and to give them a better colour, as also for the seasoning of all utensils made of wood, as well as the earthen jars in which dried figs were kept, or of sprigs of myrtle with the leaves and berries on, or any other articles of a similar nature. In addition to which he asserts that wood which has been steeped in amorca will burn without producing a stifling smoke. According to Marcus Terentius Varro, an olive tree which has been licked by the tongue of the she-goat, or upon which she has browsed when it was first budding, is sure to be barren. Thus much in reference to the olive and the oils. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 24. Chapter 9. The various kind of fruit trees and their natures. 4 varieties of pine nuts. The other fruits found on trees can hardly be enumerated from their diversity in shape and figure without reference to their different flavors and juices, which have again been modified by repeated combinations and graftings. The largest fruit, and indeed the one that hangs at the greatest height, is the pine nut. It contains within a number of small kernels, enclosed in arched beds, and covered with a coat of their own of a rusty iron color, nature thus manifesting a marvelous degree of care in providing its seeds with a soft receptacle. Another variety of this nut is the Terracina, the shell of which may be broken with the fingers, and hence it becomes a prey to the birds while still on the tree. A third, again, is known as the Sapenia. Being the produce of the cultivated peach tree, the kernels are enclosed in a skin more than a shell, which is so remarkably soft that it is eaten together with the fruit. A fourth variety is that known as the Pideus. It is the produce of the pine ester, and is remarkable as a good specific for coughs. The kernels are sometimes boiled in honey, among the Torini, who then call them aquasili. The conquerors at the Isthmian games are crowned with a wreath of pine leaves. Chapter 10. The quince. 4 kinds of Cydonia and 4 varieties of the Struthia. Next in size after these are the fruit called by as Cotonia, by the Greeks Cydonia, and first introduced from the island of Crete. These fruit bend the branches with their weight, and so tend to impede the growth of the parent tree. The varieties are numerous. The chrysomelium is marked with indentations down it, and has a color inclining to gold. The one that is known as the Italian quince is of a paler complexion, and has a most exquisite smell. The quinces of Neapolis, too, are held in high esteem. The smaller varieties of the quince, which are known as the Struthia, have a more pungent smell, but ripen later than the others. That called the mustium ripens the soonest of all. The Cotonium engrafted on the Struthium has produced a peculiar variety, known as the Mulvanium, the only one of them all that is eaten raw. At the present day, all these varieties are kept shut in the antechambers of great men, where they receive the visits of their courtiers. They are hung, too, upon the statues that pass the night with us in our chambers. There is a small wild quince also, the smell of which next to that of the Struthium is the most powerful. It grows in the hedges. Chapter 11. 6 varieties of the peach. Under the head of apples we include a variety of fruits, although of an entirely different nature, such as the Persian apple, for instance, and the pomegranate, of which when speaking of the tree we have already enumerated 9 varieties. The pomegranate has a seed within, enclosed in a skin. The peach has a stone inside. Some among the pears also, known as Liberalia, show by their name what a remarkable weight they attain. Among the peaches the palm must be awarded to the Dracaenas. The Gallic and the Asiatic peach are distinguished respectively by the names of the countries of their origin. They ripen at the end of autumn, though some of the early kinds are ripe in the summer. It is only within the last 30 years that these last have been introduced. Originally they were sold at the price of a denarius apiece. Those known as the Supernacia come from the country of Sabines, but the Popularia grow everywhere. This is a very harmless fruit, and a particular favorite with invalids. Some, in fact, have sold before this as high as 30 sesterces apiece, a price that has never been exceeded by any other fruit. This, too, is the more to be wondered at, as there is none that is a worse keeper. For when it is once plucked, the longest that it will keep is a couple of days, and so it must be, fetch what it may. Chapter 12. 12 kinds of plums. Next comes a vast number of varieties of the plum. the parti-colored, the black, the white, the barley plum, so called because it is ripe at barley harvest, and another of the same color as the last, but which ripens later, and is of a larger size, generally known as the Asinina, from the little esteem in which it is held. There are the Onite China, too, the Serena, more esteemed, and the purple plum. The Armenian, also an exotic from foreign parts, the only one among the plums that recommends itself by its smell. The plum tree grafted on the nut exhibits what we may call a piece of impudence, quite its own, for it produces a fruit that has all the appearance of the parent stock, together with the juice of the adopted fruit. In consequence of its thus being compounded of both, it is known by the name of nucipruna. Nut prunes, as well as the peach, the wild plum, and the serena, are often put in casks, and so kept till the crop comes of the following year. All the other varieties ripen with the greatest rapidity, and pass off just as quickly. More recently, in Batika, they have begun to introduce what they call malina, or the fruit of the plum engrafted on the apple tree, and the amygdalina, the fruit of the plum engrafted on the almond tree, the kernel found in the stone of these last being that of the almond. Indeed, there is no specimen in which two fruits have been more ingeniously combined in one. Among the foreign trees we have already spoken of the Damascene plum, so called from Damascus in Syria, but introduced long since into Italy. Though the stone of this plum is larger than usual and the flesh smaller in quantity, this plum will never dry so far as to wrinkle, to the effect that it needs the sun of its own native country. The mixa too may be mentioned, as being the fellow countryman of the Damascene. It has of late been introduced into Rome, and has been grown and grafted upon the soil. Chapter 13. The Peach. The name of Persica, or the Persian apple, given to this fruit, fully proves that it is an exotic in both Greece as well as Asia, and that it was first introduced from Perseus. As to the wild plum, it is a well-known fact that it will grow anywhere, and I am, therefore, the more surprised that no mention has been made of it by Cato, more particularly as he has pointed out the method of preserving several of the wild fruits as well. As to the peach tree, it has been only introduced of late years, and with considerable difficulty, so much so that it is perfectly barren in the Isle of Rhodes, the first resting place that it found after leaving Egypt. It is quite untrue that the peach which grows in Persia is poisonous, and produces dreadful tortures, or that the kings of that country, from motives of revenge, had it transplanted in Egypt, where through the nature of this soil it lost all its evil properties. For we find that it is of the Persei that the more careful writers have stated all this, a totally different tree, the fruit of which resembles the red mixa, and indeed cannot be successfully cultivated anywhere but in the East. The learned have also maintained that it was not introduced from Perseus into Egypt with the view of inflicting punishment, but say that it was planted at Memphis by Perseus, for which reason it was that Alexander gave orders that the victors should be crowned with it in the games which he instituted there in the honor of his ancestor. Indeed, this tree has always leaves and fruit upon it, growing immediately upon the others. It must be quite evident to everyone that all our plums have been introduced since the time of Cato. Chapter 14. 30 different kinds of pomes. At what period foreign fruits were first introduced into Italy, and whence? There are numerous varieties of pomes. Of the citron we have already mentioned when describing its tree. The Greeks gave it the name of Medica, from its native country. The jujube tree and the tuber are equally exotics. Indeed, they have both of them been introduced only of late years into Italy, the latter from Africa, the former from Syria. Sextus Pepinus, whom we have seen consul, introduced them both in the latter years of the reign of Augustus, produced from slips which he had grown within his camp. The fruit of the jujube more nearly resembles a berry than an apple. The tree sets off a terrace remarkably well, and it is not uncommon to see whole woods of it climbing up to the very roofs of the houses. Of the tuber there are two varieties, the white and the one called syricum, from its color. Those fruits, too, may be almost pronounced exotic, which grow nowhere in Italy but in the territory of Verona, and are known as a wood fruit. They are covered with a woolly down. This is found, it is true, to a very considerable extent on both the structural variety of the quince and the peach, but still it has given its name to this particular fruit, which is recommended to us by no other remarkable quality. Chapter 15. The fruits that have been most recently introduced. Why should I hesitate to make some mention too of other varieties by name, seeing that they have conferred everlasting remembrance on those who were the first to introduce them, as having rendered some service to their fellowmen? Unless I am very much mistaken, an enumeration of them will tend to throw some light upon the ingenuity that is displayed in the art of grafting, and it will be the more easily understood that there is nothing so trifling in itself from which a certain amount of celebrity cannot be ensured. Hence it is that we have fruits which derive their names from Marius, Cestius, Malleus, and Scangius. Appius, too, a member of the tragion family, grafted the quince on Scangian fruit, in consequence of which the produce is known as the Appian. This fruit has the smell of the quince, and is of the same size as the Scangian apple, and of a ruddy color. Let no one, however, imagine that this name was merely given in a spirit of flattery to an illustrious family, for there is an apple known as the Skeptian, which owes its name to the son of a freedman who was the first to introduce it. It is remarkable for the roundness of its shape. To those already mentioned, Cato adds the Corinian and the Scantian varieties, which last, he says, keep remarkably well in large vessels. The latest kind of all, however, that has been introduced is a small apple known as a Petician, remarkable for its delightful flavor. The Amarinian apple, too, and the little Greek have conferred renown on their respective countries. The remaining varieties have received their name from various circumstances. The apple known as a gumilla are always found hanging in pairs upon one stalk, like twins, and never growing singly. That known as a syricum is so called from its color, while the malapium has its name from its strong resemblance to the pear. The mustium was so called from the rapidity with which it ripens. It is the mellimelum of the present day which derives its appellation from its flavor being like that of honey. The urbiculatum, again, is so called from its shape, which is exactly spherical. The circumstance of the Greeks having called it the Aperoticum proves that it came originally from Apurus. The orthomastrium has that peculiar appellation from its resemblance to a teat, and the Spedonium of the Belgae is so nicknamed from the total absence of pips. The mellifolium has one leaf, and occasionally two, shooting from the middle of the fruit. That known as a panusium shrivels with the greatest rapidity, while the pulmonium has a lumpish, swollen appearance. Some apples are just the color of blood, owing to an original graft of the mulberry, but they are all of them red on the side which is turned towards the sun. There are some small wild apples also, remarkable for their fine flavor and peculiar pungency of their smell. Some, again, are so remarkably sour that they are held in disesteem. Indeed, their acidity is so extreme that it will even take the edge from off a knife. The worst apples of all are those from which their mealiness have received the name of farinacea. They are the first, however, to ripen, and ought to be gathered as soon as possible. Chapter 16. 41 Varieties of the Pear. A similar degree of precocity has caused the appellation of superbum to be given to one species of the pear. It is a small fruit, but ripens with remarkable rapidity. All the world are extremely partial to the Crustunian pear, and next to it comes the Falernian, so called from the drink which it affords, so abundant is its juice. This juice is known by the name of milk, in the variety which of a black color is by some called the pear of Syria. The denominations given to the others vary according to the respective localities of their growth. Among the pears, the names of which have been adopted in our city, the Sibian pear and the Pseudodecimian, an offshoot from it, have conferred considerable renown upon the name of those who introduced them. The same is the case, too, with the variety known as the Dolabellian, remarkable for the length of its stalk; the Pomponian, surnamed the Mimosum; the Lycerian, the Sevian; the Turanian, a variety of the Sevian, but distinguished from it by the greater length of the stalk; the Favonian, a red pear, rather larger than the Superbum, together with the Laterian and the Anician, which come at the end of the autumn, and are pleasant for the acidity of their flavor. One variety is known as the Tiberian, from its having been a particular favorite with the Emperor Tiberius. It is more colored by the sun, and grows to a larger size, otherwise it would be identical with the Lycerian variety. The following kinds receive their respective names from their native countries: the Amarinian, the latest pear of all; the Picentine, the Numantine, the Alexandrian, the Numidian, the Greek, a variety of which the Tarentine; and the Signine, by some called Testacean, from its color like earthenware, a reason which has also given their respective names to the Onychine and the purple kinds. Then again we have the Myrapium and the Lurium, and the Nardinum, so called from the odor they emit; the Horderium, from which the season at which it comes in; and the Ampulaceum, so called from the long narrow neck. Those again that are known as the Coriolanian and the Brutanian owe their names to the places of their origin, added to which we have Cucurbitinum and the Acidulum, so named from the acidity of its juice. It is quite uncertain for what reason their respective names were given to the varieties known as the Barbaricum and the Venerium, which last is known as the Coloratum. The royal pear, too, which has a remarkably short stalk, and will stand on its end, as also the Patricium and the Voconium, a green oblong kind. In addition to these, Virgil has made mention of a pear called the Bulima, a name which he has borrowed from Cato, who makes mention also of kinds known as the Semintivum and the Mustium. Chapter 17. Various methods of grafting trees. Expiations for lightning. This branch of civilized life has long since been brought to the very highest pitch of perfection, for man has left nothing untried here. Hence it is that we find Virgil speaking of grafting the nut tree on the arbutus, the apple on the plane, and the cherry on the elm. Indeed, there is nothing further in this department that can possibly be devised, and it is a long time since any new variety of fruits has been discovered. Religious scruples, too, will not allow of indiscriminate grafting. Thus, for instance, it is not permitted to graft upon the thorn, for it is not easy, by any mode of expiation, to avoid the disastrous effects of lightning; and we are told that as many as are the kinds of trees that have been engrafted on the thorn, so many are the thunderbolts that will be hurled against that spot in a single flash. The form of the pear is turbinated. The later kinds remain on the parent tree till winter, when they ripen with the frost. Such, for instance, as the Greek variety, the Ampulaceum and the Lurium; the same, too, with apples of the Amarinian and the Scandinavian kinds. Apples and pears are prepared for keeping just like grapes, and in as many different ways, but with the exception of plums they are the only fruit that are stored in casks. Apples and pears have certain vinous properties, and like wine these drinks are forbidden to invalids by the physicians. These fruits are sometimes boiled up with wine and water, and so make a preserve that is eaten with bread, a preparation which is never made of any other fruit, with the exception of the quinces, known as the Cottonium and the Struthium. Chapter 18. The mode of keeping various fruits and grapes. For the better preserving of fruits, it is universally recommended that the storeroom should be situate in a cool, dry spot, with a well-boarded floor, and windows looking towards the north, which in fine weather ought to be kept open. Care should also be taken to keep out the south wind by window panes, while at the same time it should be borne in mind that a north-east wind will shrivel fruit and make it unsightly. Apples are gathered after the autumnal equinox, but the gathering should never begin before the 16th day of the moon, or before the first hour of the day. Windfalls should always be kept separate, and there ought to be a layer of straw or else mats or chaff placed beneath. They should also be placed apart from each other, in rows, so that the air may circulate freely between them, and they may equally gain the benefit of it. The Amerindian apple is the best keeper, the melimelum the very worst of all. Quinces ought to be stored in a place kept perfectly close, so as to exclude all draughts, or else they should be boiled in honey or soaked in it. Pomegranates are made hard and firm by being first put in boiling sea water, and then left to dry for 3 days in the sun, care being taken that the dews of the night do not touch them, after which they are hung up, and when wanted for use, washed with fresh water. M. Verrill recommends that they should be kept in large vessels filled with sand. If they are not ripe, he says they should be put in pots with the bottom broken out, and then buried in the earth, all access to the air being carefully shut, and care being first taken to cover the stalk with pitch. By this mode of treatment, he assures us that they will attain a larger size than they would if left to ripen on the tree. As for the other kinds of pomes, he says that they should be wrapped up separately in fig leaves, the windfalls being carefully excluded, and then stored in baskets of osier, or else covered over with potter's earth. Pears are kept in earthen vessels pitched inside. When filled, the vessels are reversed and then buried in pits. The Tarentine pear, Verro says, is gathered very late, while the Anician keeps very well in raisin wine. Sorb apples, too, are similarly kept in holes in the ground, the vessels being turned upside down, and a layer of plaster placed on the lid. It should be buried 2 feet deep in a sunny spot. Sorbs are also hung like grapes in the inside of large vessels, together with the branches. Some of the more recent authors are found to pay a more scrupulous degree of attention to these various particulars, and recommend that the gathering of the grapes or palms, which are intended for keeping, should take place while the moon is on the wane, after the 3rd hour of the day, and while the weather is clear or dry winds prevail. In a similar manner, the selection, they say, ought to be made from a dry spot, and the fruit should be plucked before it is fully ripe, a moment being chosen while the moon is below the horizon. Grapes, they say, should be selected that have a strong, hard mallet stalk, and after the decayed berries have been carefully removed with a pair of scissors, they should be hung up inside of a large vessel which has just been pitched, care being taken to close all access to the south wind by covering the lid with a coat of plaster. The same method, they say, should be adopted for keeping the sorb apples and pears, the stalks being carefully covered with pitch. Care should be taken, too, that the vessels are kept at a distance from water. There are some persons who adopt the following method for preserving grapes. They take them off together with the branch, and place them, while still upon it, in a layer of plaster, taking care to fasten either end of the branch in the bulb of squill. Others, again, go so far as to place them within vessels containing wine, taking care, however, that the grapes, as they hang, do not touch it. Some persons put apples in plates of earth, and then leave them to float in wine, a method by which it is thought that a vinous flavor is imparted to them, while some think it is a better plan to preserve all these kinds of fruit in milk. Most people, however, content themselves with first digging a hole in the ground, a couple of feet in depth. A layer of sand is then placed on the bottom, and the fruit is arranged upon it, and covered with an earthen lid, over which the earth is thrown. Some persons again even go so far as to give their grapes a coating of potter's chalk, and then hang them up when dried in the sun. When required for use, the chalk is removed with water. Apples are also preserved in a similar manner, but with them wine is employed for getting off the chalk. Indeed, we find a very similar plan pursued with apples of the finest quality. They have a coating laid upon them of either plaster or wax, but they are apt, if not quite ripe when this was done, by the increase in their size to break their casing. When apples are thus prepared, they are always laid with the stalk downwards. Some persons pluck the apple together with the branch, the ends of which they thrust into the pith of elder, and then bury it in the way already pointed out. There are some who assign to each apple or pear its separate vessel of clay, and after carefully pitching the cover, enclose it again in a larger vessel. Occasionally, too, the fruit is placed on a layer of flocks of wool, or else in baskets with a lining of chaff and clay. Other persons follow a similar plan, but use earthen plates for the purpose, while others again employ the same method but dig a hole in the earth, and after placing a layer of sand, lay the fruit on top of it, and then cover the hole with dry earth. Persons, too, are sometimes known to give quinces a coating of Pontic wax, and then plunge them in honey. Columella informs us that fruit is kept by being carefully put in earthen vessels, which then receive a coating of pitch and are placed in wells or cisterns to sink to the bottom. The people of maritime Liguria in the vicinity of the Alps first dry their grapes in the sun, and wrap them up in bundles of rushes, which are then covered with plaster. The Greeks follow a similar plan, but substitute for rushes the leaves of the plane tree, or of the vine itself, or else of the fig, which they dry for a single day in the shade, and then place in a cask in alternate layers with husks of grapes. It is by this method that they preserve the grapes of Cos and varieties, which are inferior to none in sweetness. Some persons, when thus preparing them, plunge the grapes into lye ashes, the moment they take them from the wine, and then dry them in the sun. They then steep them in warm water, after which they put them to dry again in the sun, and last of all, as already mentioned, wrap them up in bundles formed of layers of leaves and grape husks. There are some who prefer keeping their grapes in sawdust, or else in shavings of the fir tree, poplar, and ash, while others it is the best plan to hang them up in the granary, at a careful distance from the apples, directly after the gathering, being put under the impression that the very best covering for them as they hang is the dust that naturally arises from the floor. Grapes are effectively protected against the attacks of wasps by being sprinkled with oil spurted from the mouth. Of palm dates we have already spoken. End of section 24.
Section 25 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Natural History, Volume 3, by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 25. Chapter 19. 29 Varieties of the Fig. Of all the remaining fruits that are included under the name of pomes, the fig is the largest. Some, indeed, equal the pear even in size. We have already mentioned, while treating of the exotic fruits, the miraculous productions of Egypt and Cyprus in the way of figs. The fig of Mount Ida is red and the size of an olive, rounder, however, and like a medlar in flavor. They give it the name of Alexandrian in those parts. The stem is a cubit in thickness. It is branchy, has a tough, pliant wood, is entirely destitute of all milky juice, and has a green bark, and leaves like those of the linden tree, but soft to the touch. Onesicritus states that in Hyrcania the figs are much sweeter than with us, and that the trees are more prolific, seeing that a single tree will bear as much as 270 modii of fruit. The fig has been introduced into Italy from other countries, Chalkis and Chios, for instance, the varieties being very numerous. There are those from Lydia also, which are of a purple color, and the kind known as the Mamilana, which is very similar to the Lydian. The Callistruthii are very little superior to the last in flavor. They are the coldest by nature of all the figs. As to the African fig, by many people preferred to any other, it has been made the subject of very considerable discussion, as it is a kind that has been introduced very recently into Africa, though it bears the name of that country. As to the fig of Alexandria, it is a black variety, with the cleft inclining to white. It has had the name given to it of the delicate fig. The Rhodian fig, too, and the Tiburtine, one of the early kinds, are black. Some of them, again, bear the name of the persons who were the first to introduce them, such, for instance, as the Livian and the Pompeian figs. This last variety is the best for drying in the sun and keeping for use from year to year. The same is the case, too, with the Mariska, and the kind which has a leaf spotted all over like the reed. There is also the Herculanean fig, the Albecerata, and the white Aratia, a very large variety with an extremely diminutive stalk. The earliest of them all is the Porphyritis, which has a stalk of remarkable length. It is closely followed by the Popularis, one of the very smallest of the figs, and so called from the low esteem in which it is held. On the other hand, the Chelidonia is a kind that ripens the last of all, and towards the beginning of winter. In addition to these, there are figs that are at the same time both late and early, as they bear two crops in the year, one white and the other black, ripening at harvest time and vintage respectively. There is another late fig also that has received its name from the singular hardness of its skin. One of the Chalcidian varieties bears as many as 3 times in the year. It is at Tarentum only that the remarkably sweet fig is grown which is known by the name of Ona. Speaking of figs, Cato has the following remarks. Plant the fig called the Mariska on a chalky or open site. But for the African variety, the Herculanean, the Saguntine, the winter fig, and the black Tilanian with a long stalk, you must select a richer soil, or else a ground well manured. Since his day, there have so many names and kinds come up, that even on taking this subject into consideration, it must be apparent to every one how great are the changes which have taken place in civilized life. There are winter figs, too, in some of the provinces, the Mesian, for instance, but they are made so by artificial means, such not being in reality their nature. Being a small variety of the fig tree, they cover it up with manure at the end of autumn, by which means the fruit on it is overtaken by winter while still in a green state. Then, when the weather becomes milder, the fruit is uncovered along with the tree, and so restored to light. Just as though it had come into birth afresh, the fruit imbibes the heat of the new sun with the greatest avidity, a different sun, in fact, to that which originally gave it life, and so ripens along with the blossom of the coming crop, thus attaining maturity in a year not its own, and this in a country, too, where the greatest cold prevails. Chapter 20. Historical Anecdotes connected with the Fig. The mention by Cato of the variety which bears the name of the African fig strongly recalls to my mind a remarkable fact connected with it and the country from which it takes its name. Burning with a mortal hatred to Carthage, anxious, too, for the safety of his posterity, and exclaiming at every sitting of the Senate that Carthage must be destroyed, Cato one day brought with him into the Senate house a ripe fig, the produce of that country. Exhibiting it to the assembled senators, "I ask you," said he, "when do you suppose this fruit was plucked from the tree?" All being of opinion that it had been but lately gathered. "Know then," was his reply, "that this fig was plucked at Carthage but the day before yesterday, so near is the enemy to our walls." It was immediately after this occurrence that the Third Punic War commenced, in which Carthage was destroyed, though Cato had breathed his last the year after this event. In this trait, which are we the most to admire? Was it ingenuity and foresight on his part, or was it an accident that was thus aptly turned to advantage? Which, too, is the most surprising, the extraordinary quickness of the passage which must have been made, or the bold daring of the man? The thing, however, that is the most astonishing of all, indeed, I can conceive nothing more truly marvellous, is the fact that a city thus mighty, the rival of Rome for the sovereignty of the world during a period of 120 years, owed its fall at last to an illustration drawn from a single fig. Thus did this fig effect that which neither Trebia nor Thrasymene, not Cannae itself, graced with the entombment of the Roman renown, not the Punic camp entrenched within 3 miles of the city, not even the disgrace of seeing Hannibal riding up to the Colline gate, could suggest the means of accomplishing. It was left for a fig in the hand of Cato to show how near was Carthage to the gates of Rome. In the Forum even, and in the very midst of the Comitium of Rome, a fig tree is carefully cultivated, in memory of the consecration which took place on the occasion of a thunderbolt which once fell on that spot; and still more, as a memorial of the fig tree which in former days overshadowed Romulus and Remus, the founders of our empire, in the Lupercal cave. This tree received the name of ruminalis, from the circumstance that under it the wolf was found giving the breast (rumis it was called in those days) to the 2 infants. A group in bronze was afterwards erected to consecrate the remembrance of this miraculous event, as, through the agency of Atus Navius the augur, the tree itself had passed spontaneously from its original locality to the comitium in the forum. And not without some direful presage is it that that tree has withered away, though, thanks to the care of the priesthood, it has been since replaced. There was another fig tree also before the temple of Saturn, which was removed on the occasion of a sacrifice made by the Vestal virgins, it being found that its roots were gradually undermining the statue of the god Silvanus. Another one, accidentally planted there, flourished in the middle of the forum, upon the very spot, too, in which, when from a direful presage it had been foreboded that the growing empire was about to sink to its very foundations, Curtius, at the price of an inestimable treasure, in other words, by the sacrifice of such unbounded virtue and piety, redeemed his country by a glorious death. By a like accident, too, a vine and an olive tree have sprung up in the same spot, which have ever since been carefully tended by the populace for the agreeable shade which they afford. The altar that once stood there was afterwards removed by order of the deified Julius Caesar, upon the occasion of the last spectacle of gladiatorial combats which he gave in the Forum. Chapter 21. Caprification. The fig, the only one among all the pomes, hastens to maturity by the aid of a remarkable provision of nature. The wild fig, known by the name of caprificus, never ripens itself, though it is able to impart to the others the principle of which it is thus destitute. For we occasionally find nature making a transfer of what are primary causes, and being generated from decay. To effect this purpose, the wild fig tree produces a kind of gnat. These insects, deprived of all sustenance from their parent tree, at the moment that it is hastening to rottenness and decay, wing their flight to others of kindred, though cultivated, kind. There feeding with avidity upon the fig, they penetrate it in numerous places, and by thus making their way to the inside, open the pores of the fruit. The moment they effect their entrance, the heat of the sun finds admission too, and through the inlets thus made, the fecundating air is introduced. These insects speedily consume the milky juice that constitutes the chief support of the fruit in its infant state, a result which would otherwise be spontaneously effected by absorption. And hence it is that in the plantations of figs, a wild fig is usually allowed to grow, being placed to the windward of the other trees, in order that the breezes may bear from it upon them. Improving upon this discovery, branches of the wild fig are sometimes brought from a distance, and bundles tied together are placed upon the cultivated tree. This method, however, is not necessary when the trees are growing on a thin soil, or on a site exposed to the northeast wind, for in these cases the figs will dry spontaneously, and the clefts which are made in the fruit effect the same ripening process which in other instances is brought about by the agency of these insects. Nor is it requisite to adopt this plan on spots which are liable to dust, such, for instance, as is generally the case with fig trees planted by the side of much frequented roads, the dust having the property of drying up the juices of the fig, and so absorbing the milky humours. There is this superiority, however, in an advantageous site over the methods of ripening by the agency of dust or by caprification, that the fruit is not so apt to fall, for the secretion of the juices being thus prevented, the fig is not so heavy as it would otherwise be, and the branches are less brittle. All figs are soft to the touch, and when ripe contain grains in the interior. The juice, when the fruit is ripening, has the taste of milk, and when dead ripe, that of honey. If left on the tree, they will grow old, and when in that state they distill a liquid that flows in tears like gum. Those that are more highly esteemed are kept for drying, and the most approved kinds are put away for keeping in baskets. The figs of the island of Ebusus are the best as well as the largest, and next to them are those of Marrucinum. Where figs are in great abundance, as in Asia, for instance, huge jars are filled with them, and at Ruspina, a city of Africa, we find casks used for a similar purpose. Here, in a dry state, they are extensively used instead of bread, and indeed as a general article of provision. Cato, when laying down certain definite regulations for the support of labourers employed in agriculture, recommends that their supply of food should be lessened just at the time when the fig is ripening. It has been a plan adopted in more recent times to find a substitute for salt with cheese by eating fresh figs. To this class of fruit belong, as we have already mentioned, the cotana and the carica, together with the cavnea, which was productive of so bad an omen to Marcus Crassus at the moment when he was embarking for his expedition against the Parthians, a dealer happening to be crying them just at that very moment. Lucius Vitellius, who was more recently appointed to the censorship, introduced all these varieties from Syria at his country seat at Alba, having acted as legatus in that province in the latter years of the reign of Tiberius Caesar. Chapter 22. 3 varieties of the medlar. The medlar and the sorb ought in propriety to be ranked under the head of the apple and the pear. Of the medlar there are 3 varieties, the anthedon, the sitania, and a third of inferior quality, which bears a stronger resemblance to the anthedon, and is known as the Gallic kind. The sitania is the largest fruit, and the palest in colour. The woody seed in the inside of it is softer, too, than in the others, which are of smaller size than the sitania, but superior to it in the fragrance of their smell, and in being better keepers. The tree itself is one of very ample dimensions. The leaves turn red before they fall. The roots are numerous, and penetrate remarkably deep, which renders it almost impossible to grub it up. This tree did not exist in Italy in Cato's time. Chapter 23. 4 varieties of the sorb. There are 4 varieties of the sorb, there being some that have all the roundness of the apple, while others are conical like the pear, and a third sort are of an oval shape, like some of the apples. These last, however, are apt to be remarkably acid. The round kind is the best for fragrance and sweetness, the others having a vinous flavor. The finest, however, are those which have the stalk surrounded with tender leaves. A fourth kind is known by the name of terminalis. It is only employed, however, for remedial purposes. The tree is a good bearer, but does not resemble the other kinds, the leaf being nearly that of the plane tree. The fruit, too, is particularly small. Cato speaks of sorbs being preserved in boiled wine. Chapter 24. 9 Varieties of the Nut. The walnut, which would almost claim precedence of the sorb in size, yields the palm to it in reference to the esteem in which they are respectively held, and this, although it is so favourite an accompaniment of the Fescinnine songs at nuptials. This nut, taken as a whole, is very considerably smaller than the pine nut, but the kernel is larger in proportion. Nature, too, has conferred upon it a peculiar honour in protecting it with a twofold covering, the first of which forms a hollowed cushion for it to rest upon, and the second is a woody shell. It is for this reason that this fruit has been looked upon as a symbol consecrated to marriage, its offspring being thus protected in such manifold ways. An explanation which bears a much greater air of probability than that which would derive it from the rattling which it makes when it bounds from the floor. The Greek names that have been given to this fruit fully prove that it, like many others, has been originally introduced from Persis, the best kinds being known in that language by the names of persicum and basilicon, these, in fact, being the names by which they were first known to us. It is generally agreed, too, that one peculiar variety has derived its name of carrion from the headache which it is apt to produce by the pungency of its smell. The green shell of the walnut is used for dyeing wool, and the nuts, while still small and just developing themselves, are employed for giving a red hue to the hair, a discovery owing to the stains which they leave upon the hands. When old, the nut becomes more oleaginous. The only difference in the several varieties consists in the relative hardness or brittleness of the shell, it being thin or thick, full of compartments, or smooth and uniform. This is the only fruit that nature has enclosed in a covering formed of pieces soldered together, the shell, in fact, forming a couple of boats, while the kernel is divided into 4 separate compartments by the intervention of a ligneous membrane. In all the other kinds, the fruit and the shell respectively are of one solid piece, as we find the case with the hazelnut, and another variety of the nut formerly known as abelina, from the name of the district in which it was first produced. It was first introduced into Asia and Greece from Pontus, whence the name that is sometimes given to it, the Pontic nut. This nut, too, is protected by a soft beard, but both the shell and the kernel are round and formed of a single piece. These nuts are sometimes roasted. In the middle of the kernel we find a germen or navel. A third class of nuts is the almond, which has an outer covering similar to that of the walnut, but thinner, with a second coat in the shape of a shell. The kernel, however, is unlike that of the walnut in respect of its broad, flat shape, its firmness, and the superior tastiness of its flavor. It is a matter of doubt whether this tree was in existence in Italy in the time of Cato. We find him speaking of Greek nuts, but there are some persons who think that these belong to the walnut class. He makes mention also of the hazelnut, the calva, and the praenestine nut, which last he praises beyond all others, and says that, put in pots, they may be kept fresh and green by burying them in the earth. At the present day, the almonds of Thasos and those of Alba are held in the highest esteem, as also two kinds that are grown at Tarentum, one with a thin, brittle shell, and the other with a harder one. These last are remarkably large and of an oblong shape. There is the almond known as the mollusca also, which breaks the shell of itself. There are some who would concede a highly honorable interpretation to the name given to the walnut, and say that juglans means the glans or acorn of Jove. It is only very lately that I heard a man of consular rank declare that he then had in his possession walnut trees that bore 2 crops in the year. Of the pistachio, which belongs also to the nut class, we have already spoken in its appropriate place. Vitellius introduced this tree into Italy at the same time as the others that we mentioned, and Flaccus Pompeius, a Roman of equestrian rank who served with him, introduced it at the same period into Spain. Chapter 25. 18 varieties of the chestnut. We give the name of nut, too, to the chestnut, although it would seem more properly to belong to the acorn tribe. The chestnut has its armor of defense in a shell bristling with prickles like the hedgehog, an envelope which in the acorn is only partially developed. It is really surprising, however, that nature should have taken such pains thus to conceal an object of so little value. We sometimes find as many as 3 nuts beneath a single outer shell. The skin of the nut is limp and flexible. There is a membrane, too, which lies next to the body of the fruit, and which, both in this and in the walnut, spoils the flavor if not taken off. Chestnuts are the most pleasant eating when roasted. They are sometimes ground also, and are eaten by women when fasting for religious scruples, as bearing some resemblance to bread. It is from Sardes that the chestnut was first introduced, and hence it is that the Greeks have given it the name of the Sardian acorn, for the name Dios balanon was given at a later period, after it had been considerably improved by cultivation. At the present day there are numerous varieties of the chestnut. Those of Tarentum are a light food, and by no means difficult of digestion. They are of a flat shape. There is a rounder variety, known as the balanitis. It is very easily peeled, and springs clean out of the shell, so to say, of its own accord. The Salarian chestnut has a smooth outer shell, while that of Tarentum is not so easily handled. The Corellian is more highly esteemed, as is the Eterean, which is an offshoot from it produced by a method upon which we shall have to enlarge when we come to speak of grafting. This last has a red skin, which causes it to be preferred to the three-cornered chestnut and our black common sorts, which are known as coctivae. Tarentum and Neapolis in Campania are the most esteemed localities for the chestnut. Other kinds, again, are grown to feed pigs upon, the skin of which is rough and folded inwards, so as to penetrate to the heart of the kernel. Chapter 26. The Carob. The carob, a fruit of remarkable sweetness, does not appear to be so very dissimilar to the chestnut, except that the skin is eaten as well as the inside. It is just the length of a finger and about the thickness of the thumb, being sometimes of a curved shape, like a sickle. The acorn cannot be reckoned in the number of the fruits. We shall, therefore, speak of it along with the trees of that class. End of section 25.
Section 26 of the Natural History, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Natural History, Volume 3 by Pliny the Elder. Translated by John Bostock and Henry Thomas Riley. Section 26. Chapter 27. The Fleshy Fruits. The Mulberry. The various fruits belong to the fleshy kind and differ both in the shape and the flesh. The flesh of the various berries, of the mulberry, and of the arbute are quite different from one another. And then what a difference too between the grape, which is only skin and juice, the Maixa plum, and the flesh of some berries, such as the olive for instance. In the flesh of the mulberry there is a juice of a vinous flavor, and the fruit assumes three different colors, being at first white, then red, and ripe when black. The mulberry blossoms one of the very last, and yet is among the first to ripen. The juice of the fruit, when ripe, will stain the hands, but that of the unripe fruit will remove the marks. It is in this tree that human ingenuity has effected the least improvement of all. There are no varieties here, no modifications affected by grafting, nor, in fact, any other improvement except that the size of the fruit, by careful management, has been increased. At Rome, there is a distinction made between the mulberries of Ostia and that of Tusculum. A variety grows also on brambles, but the flesh of the fruit is of a very different nature. Chapter 28. The Fruit of the Arbutus. The flesh of the ground strawberry is very different to that of the arbute tree, which is of the kindred kind. Indeed, this is the only instance in which we find a similar fruit growing upon a tree and on the ground. The tree is tufted and bushy. The fruit takes a year to ripen. The blossoms of the young fruit flowering while that of the preceding year is arriving at maturity. While it is the male tree or the female that is unproductive, authors are not generally agreed. This is a fruit held in no esteem, in proof of which it has gained its name of uneaten, people being generally content with eating but one. The Greeks, however, have found for it two names, Comiron and Mimicillin, from which it would appear that there are two varieties. It has also with us another name besides that of uneaten, being known also as the arbutus. Juba states that in Arabia this tree attains the height of 50 cubits. Chapter 29. The relative natures of berry fruits. There is a great difference also among the various acinous fruits. First of all, among the grapes we find considerable difference in respect to the firmness, the thinness or thickness of the skin, and the stone inside the fruit, which in some varieties is remarkably small, and in others even double in number, these last producing but very little juice. Very different, again, are the berries of the ivy and the elder, as also those in the pomegranate, these being the only ones that are of an angular shape. These last also have not a membrane for each individual grain, but one to cover them all in common, and of a pale color. All these fruits consist, too, of juice and flesh, and those more particularly which have but small seeds inside. There are great varieties, too, among the berry fruits, the berry of the olive being quite different from that of the laurel, the berry of the lotus from that of the cornel, and that of the myrtle from the berry of the lentisk. The berry, however, of the aquifolium and the thorn is quite destitute of juice. The cherry occupies a middle place between the berry and the acinous fruit. It is white at first, which is the case also with nearly all the berries. From white some of the berries pass to green, the olive and the laurel, for instance, while in the mulberry, the cherry and the cornel the change is to red, and then in some to black, as with the mulberry, the cherry, and the olive, for instance. Chapter 30. 9 varieties of the cherry. The cherry did not exist in Italy before the period of the wig tree gained over Mithridates by L. Eleucunus in the year of the city 680. He was the first to introduce this tree from Pontus, and now in the course of 120 years it has traveled beyond the ocean and arrived in Britannia even. The cherry, as we have already stated, in spite of every care, it has been found impossible to rear in Egypt. Of this fruit, that known as the Aperonian is the reddest variety, the Laetitian being the blackest and the Castilian perfectly round. The Junian cherry has an agreeable flavor, but only, so to say, when eaten beneath the tree, as they are so remarkably delicate that they will not bear carrying. The highest rank, however, has been awarded to the Duracinus variety, known in Campania as Plinian cherry, and in Belgica to the Lastanian cherry, as also to one that grows on the banks of the Rhenus. This last kind has a third color, being a mixture of black, red, and green, and has always the appearance of being just on the turn to ripening. It is less than 5 years since the kind known as the laurel cherry was introduced, of a bitter but not unpleasant flavor, the produce of the grape upon the laurel. The Macedonian cherry grows on a tree that is very small and rarely exceeds 3 cubits in height, while the Chamaesyrisus is still smaller, being but a mere shrub. The cherry is one of the first trees to recompense the cultivator and its yearly growth. It loves cold localities and a site exposed to the north. The fruit are sometimes dried in the sun and preserved like olives in casks. Chapter 31. The cornel, the lentisk. The same degree of care is expended also on the cultivation of the cornel and the lentisk, that it may not be thought, forsooth, that there is anything that was not made for the craving appetite of men. Various flavors are blended together, and one is compelled to please our plates by the aid of another. Hence it is that the produce of different lands and various climates are so often mingled with one another. For one kind of food it is India that we summon to our aid, and then for another we lay Egypt under contribution, or else Crete, or Cyrene. Every country, in fact. No, nor does man stick at poisons even, if he can only gratify his longing to devour everything, a thing that will be still more evident when we come to treat of the nature of herbs. Chapter 32. 13 different flavors of juices. While upon this subject, it may be as well to state that there are no less than 13 different flavors, belonging in common to the fruits and the various juices: the sweet, the luscious, unctuous, the bitter, the rough, the acrid, the pungent, the sharp, the sour, and the salt. In addition to which there are three other kinds of flavors of a nature that is truly singular. The first of these last kinds is that flavor in which several other flavors are united, as in wine for instance. For in it we are sensible of the rough, the pungent, and the luscious all at the same time, and all of them flavors that belong to other substances. The second of these flavors is that in which we are sensible at the same instant of a flavor that belongs to another substance, and yet of one that is peculiar to the individual object of which we are tasting, such as that of milk, for instance. Indeed, in milk we cannot correctly say that there is any pronounced flavor that is either sweet, or unctuous, or luscious, a sort of smooth taste in the mouth being predominant, which holds the place of a more decided flavor. The third instance is that of water, which has no flavor whatever, nor indeed any flavoring principle, but still this very absence of flavor is considered as constituting one of them, and forming a peculiar class of itself, so much so, indeed, that if in water any taste or flavoring principle is detected, it is looked upon as impure. In the perception of all these various flavors, the smell plays a very considerable part, there being a very great affinity between them. Water, however, is properly quite inodorous, and if the least smell is to be perceived, it is not pure water. It is a singular thing that three of the principal elements of nature, water, air, and fire, should have neither taste, nor smell, nor, indeed, any flavoring principle whatever. Chapter 33. The color and smell of juices. Among the juices, those of a vinous flavor belong to the pear, the mulberry, and the myrtle, and not to the grape, a very singular fact. An unctuous taste is detected in the olive, the laurel, the walnut, and the almond. Sweetness exists in the grape, the fig, and the date, while in the plum class we find a watery juice. There is a considerable difference, too, in the colors assumed by various juices. That of the mulberry, the cherry, the cornel, and the black grape resembles the color of blood, while in the white grape the juice is white. The humor found in the summit of a fig is of a milky nature, but not so with the juice found in the body of the fruit. In the apple it is the color of foam, while in the peach it is perfectly colorless, and this is the case, too, with the duracinus, which abounds in juice, for who can say that he has ever detected any color in it? Smell, too, presents its own peculiar marvels. In the apple it is pungent, and it is weak in the peach, while in the sweet fruits we perceive none at all. So, too, the sweet wines are inodorous, while the thinner ones have more aroma, and are much sooner fit for use than those of a thicker nature. The odoriferous fruits are not pleasing to the palate in the same degree, seeing that the flavor of them does not come up to their smell. Hence it is that in the citron we find the smell so extremely penetrating, and the taste sour in the highest degree. Sometimes the smell is of a more delicate nature, as in quince for instance, while the fig has no odor whatever. Chapter 34. The various natures of fruit. Thus much, then, for the various classes and kinds of fruit. It will be as well now to classify their various natures within a more limited scope. Some fruits grow in a pod which is sweet itself and contains a bitter seed, whereas in most kinds of fruit the seed is agreeable to the palate. Those which grow in a pod are condemned. Other fruits are berries, with the stone within and a flesh without, as in the olive and the cherry. Others again have the berry within and the stone without. The case we have already stated with the berries that grow in Egypt. Those fruits, known as palms, have the same characteristics as the berry fruits. In some of them we find the body of the fruit within and the shell without, as in the nut, for example. Others, again, have the meat of the fruit without and the shell within. The peach and the palm, for instance, the refuse part thus being surrounded with the flesh, while in the other fruits the flesh is surrounded by the refuse part. Nuts are enclosed in a shell, chestnuts in a skin. In chestnuts, the skin is taken off, but in medlars, it is eaten with the rest. Acorns are covered with a crust, grapes with a husk, and pomegranates with a skin and an inner membrane. The mulberry is composed of flesh and juice, while the cherry consists of juice and skin. In some fruits, the flesh separates easily from the woody part. The walnut and the date, for instance. In others, it adheres, as in the case of the olive and the laurel berry. Some kinds, again, partake of both natures. The peach, for example, for in the Duracinus kind, the flesh adheres to the stone, and cannot be torn away from it, while in the other sorts they are easily separated. In some fruits there is no stone or shell, either within or without. One variety of the date, for instance. In some kinds, again, the shell is eaten, just the same as the fruit. This we have already mentioned as being the case with the variety of the almond found in Egypt. Some fruits have on the outside a twofold refuse covering. The chestnut, the almond, and the walnut, for example. Some again are composed of three separate parts. The body of the fruit, then a woody shell, and inside of that a kernel, as in the peach. Some fruits grow closely packed together, such as grapes and sorbs. These last, just like so many grapes in a cluster, cling around the branch and bend it downwards with their weight. On the other hand, some fruits grow separately at a distance from one another. This is the case with the peach. Some fruits are enclosed in a sort of matrix, as with the grains of the pomegranate. Some hang down from a stalk, such as the pear, for instance. Others hang in clusters, grapes and dates, for example. Others again grow upon stalks and bunches united. This we find the case with the berries of the ivy and the elder. Some adhere close to the branches, like the laurel berry, while the other varieties lie close to the branch or hang from it, as the case may be. Thus we find in the olive some fruit with short stalks and others with long. Some fruits grow with a little calyx at the top, the pomegranate, for example, the medlar and the lotus of Egypt and the Euphrates. Then too, as to the various parts of the fruit, they are held in different degrees of esteem, according to their respective recommendations. In the date, it is the flesh that is usually liked. In those of the base, it is the crust. The grape and the caryota date are esteemed for their juice, the pear and the apple for their firmness, the melilum for its soft meat, the mulberry for its cartilaginous consistency, and the nuts for their kernels. Some fruits in Egypt are esteemed for their skin, the Cyrenaica, for instance. This skin, which in the green fig is thrown away as so much refuse peeling, when the fig is dried, is very highly esteemed. In the papyrus, the ferula, and the white thorn, the stalk itself constitutes the fruit, and the shoots of the fig tree are similarly employed. Among the shrubs, the fruit of the caper is eaten along with the stalk, and in the carob, what is the part that is eaten but so much wood? Nor ought we to omit the peculiarity that exists in the seed of this fruit. It can be called neither flesh, wood, or cartilage, and yet no other name has been found for it. Chapter 35. The Myrtle. The nature of the juices that are found in the myrtle are particularly remarkable, for it is the only one of all the trees, the berries of which produce two kinds of oil, as well as of wine, besides myrtidane, of which we have already spoken. The berry of this was also put to another use in ancient times, for before pepper was known it was employed in place of it as a seasoning. So much so, indeed, that a name has been derived from it for the highly seasoned dish, which to this day is known by the name of myrtaten. It is by the aid of these berries, too, that the flavor of the flesh of the wild boar is improved, and they generally form one of the ingredients in the flavoring of our sauces. Chapter 36. The historical anecdotes relative to the myrtle. This tree was seen for the first time in the regions of Europe, which commence on this side of the Kyrenian mountains, growing at Kharsi, near the tomb of Elpenor there. It still retains its Greek name, which clearly proves it to be an exotic. There were myrtles growing on the site now occupied by Rome at the time of its foundation, for a tradition exists to the effect that the Romans and the Sabines, after they had intended fighting, on the account of the virgins who had been ravished by the former, purified themselves, first laying down their arms with the sprigs of myrtle on the very same spot which is now occupied by the statues of Venus Clusina, for in the ancient language, pluere means to purify. This tree is employed, too, for a species of fumigation, being selected for that purpose because Venus, who presides over all unions, is the tutelary divinity of the tree. I am not quite sure, too, whether this tree was not the very first that was planted in the public places of Rome, the result of some ominous presage by the augurs of wondrous import. For at the temple of Quirinus, or in other words of Romulus himself, one of the most ancient in Rome, there were formerly two myrtle trees, which grew for a long period just in front of the temple. One of these was called the patrician tree, the other the plebeian. The patrician myrtle was for many years the superior tree, full of sap and vigor. Indeed, so long as the Senate maintained its superiority, so did the tree, being of large growth, while the plebeian tree presented a meager, shriveled appearance. In later times, however, the later tree gained the superiority, and the patrician myrtle began to fail just as the period of the Marsic War, when the power of the Senate was so greatly weakened. And little by little did this once majestic tree sink into a state of utter exhaustion and sterility. There was an ancient altar also consecrated to Venus Myrtia, known at the present day by the name of Murcia. Chapter 37. 11 Varieties of the Myrtle. Cato makes mention of 3 varieties of the myrtle, the black, white, and the conjugal, perhaps so called from its reference to the conjugal unions, and belonging to the same species as that which grew where Clusina's statue now stands. At the present day, the varieties are differently distinguished into the cultivated and the wild myrtle, each of which includes a kind with a large leaf. The kind known as the oxymyrcin belongs only to the wild variety. Ornamental gardeners classify several varieties of the cultivated kind. The Tarentine they speak of as a myrtle with a small leaf. The myrtle of this country as having a broad leaf, and the hexasticha as being very thickly covered with leaves, growing in rows of 6. It is not, however, made any use of. There are 2 other kinds that are branchy and well covered. In my opinion, the conjugula is the same that is now called the Roman myrtle. It is in Egypt that the myrtle is most odoriferous. Cato has taught us how to make a wine from the black myrtle, by drying it thoroughly in the shade and then putting it in must. He says also that if the berries are not quite dry, it will produce an oil. Since his time, a method has been discovered of making a pale wine from the white variety. 2 sexturi of pounded myrtle are steeped into 3 semi-sexturi of wine, and the mixture is then subjected to pressure. The leaves also are dried by themselves till they are capable of being reduced to a powder, which is used for the treatment of sores on the human body. This powder is of a slightly corrosive nature and is employed also for the purpose of checking the perspiration. A thing that is still more remarkable, this oil is possessed of a certain vinous flavor, being at the same time of an innocuous nature and remarkably efficacious for improving wines. When this is done, the wine strainer is dipped in oil before it is used, the result of which is that it retains the less of the wine and allows nothing but the pure liquor to escape, while at the same time it accompanies the wine and causes a marked improvement in its flavor. Sprigs of myrtle, if carried by a person when traveling on foot, are found to be very refreshing on a long journey. Rings, too, made of myrtle which has never been touched by iron are an excellent specific for swellings in the groin. Chapter 38. The myrtle used at Rome in ovations. The myrtle has played its part also in successes of war. Postumius Tubertus, who gained a victory over Sabines in his consulship, was the first person who entered the city enjoying the honor of an ovation, for having achieved this success with ease and without bloodshed. Upon which occasion he made his entry crowned with the myrtle of Venus Victrix, and thereby rendered her tree an object of regard to our enemies even. Ever since this occasion, the wreath of those who have enjoyed an ovation has been made of myrtle, with the exception of M. Cressus, who on his victory over the fugitive slaves and Spartacus made his entry crowned with laurels. Masurius informs us also that some generals on the occasion of a triumph even have worn a wreath of myrtle in the triumphal year. L. Piso states that Papirius Macer, who was the first to enjoy a triumph for victory over the Marsi, who was on Alban Mount, was in habit of attending at the games of Circus wearing a wreath of myrtle. He was the maternal grandfather of the second Scipio Africanus. Marcus Valerius wore 2 wreaths, one of laurel and the other of myrtle. It was in consequence of a vow which he had made to that effect. Chapter 39. The Laurel. 13 varieties of it. The laurel is especially consecrated to triumphs, is remarkably ornamental to houses, and guards the portals of our emperors and our pontiffs. There suspended alone, it graces the palace, and is ever on guard before the threshold. Cato speaks of 2 varieties of this tree, the Delphic and the Cyprian. Pompeius Linnæus has added another, to which he has given the name of mustax, from the circumstance of its being used for putting under the cake, known by the name of mustachium. He says that this variety has a very large leaf, flaccid and of a whitish hue, that the Delphic laurel is of one uniform color, greener than the other, with berries of very large size, and of a red tint approaching to green. He says, too, that it is with this laurel that the victors at Delphi are crowned, and warriors who enjoy the honors of a triumph at Rome. The Cyprian laurel, he says, has a short leaf, is of a blackish color, with an imbricated edge and crisped. Since his time, however, the varieties have considerably augmented. There is the Tinus, for instance, by some considered as a species of wild laurel, while others again regard it as a tree of a separate class. Indeed, it does differ from the laurel as to the color, the berry being of an azure blue. The royal laurel too has been added, which has of late begun to be known as the Augustine. Both the trees, as well as the leaf, are of remarkable size, and the berries have not the usual rough taste. Some say, however, that the royal laurel and the Augustine are not the same tree, and make out the former to be a peculiar kind, with a leaf both longer and broader than that of the Augustine. The same authors also make a peculiar species of the Bacalia, the commonest laurel of all, and the one that bears the greatest number of berries. With them, too, the barren laurel is a laurel of the triumphs, and they say this is the one that is used by warriors when enjoying a triumph. A thing that surprises me very much, unless, indeed, the use of it was first introduced by the late Emperor Augustus, and it is considered as a progeny of that laurel, which, as we shall just now have the occasion to mention, was sent to him from heaven, it being the smallest of them all, with a crisp, short leaf, and very rarely to be met with. In ornamental gardening we also find the texa employed, with the small leaf sprouting from the middle of the leaf and forming a fringe, as it were hanging from it. The spedonia too, without this fringe, a tree that thrives remarkably well in the shade. Indeed, however dense the shade may be, it will soon cover the spot with its shoots. There is the Chamae daphne, also a shrub that grows wild. The Alexandria laurel, by some known as the Idian, by others as the Hypoglottian, by others as the Carpophyllin, and by others again as the Hypelates. From the root it throws out branches 3/4 of a foot in length. It is much used in ornamental gardening and for making wreaths, and it has a more pointed leaf than that of the myrtle, and superior to it in softness, whiteness, and size. The seed, which lies between the leaves, is red. This last grows in great abundance on Mount Ida, and in the Heraclea in Pontus. It is only found, however, in mountainous districts. The laurel, too, known as the daphnoides, is a variety that has received many different names. By some it is called the Palæstian laurel, by others the euthalon, and by others the Stephanon alexandri. This is also a branchy shrub with a thicker and softer leaf than that of the ordinary laurel. If tasted, it leaves a burning sensation in the mouth and throat. The berries are red, inclining to black. The ancient writers have remarked that in their time there was no species of laurel in the island of Corsica. Since then, however, it has been planted there and has thrived well. Chapter 40. Historical anecdotes connected with the laurel. This tree is emblematical of peace. When a branch of it is extended, it is to denote a truce between enemies in arms. For the Romans, more particularly, it is the messenger of joyful tidings and of victory. It accompanies the dispatches of general, and it decorates the lances and the javelins of the soldiers, and the fasces which precede their chief. It is of this tree that branches are deposited on the lap of Jupiter, all good and all great, so often as some new victory has imparted universal gladness. This is done, not because it is always green, nor yet because it is an emblem of peace, for in both of those respects the olive would take the precedence of it, but because it is the most beauteous tree on Mount Parnassus, and was pleasing for its gracefulness to Apollo even, a deity to whom the kings of Rome sent offerings at an early period, as we learn from the case of L. Brutus. Perhaps, too, Honor is more particularly paid to this tree because it was there that Brutus earned the glory of asserting his country's liberties, when, by the direction of the oracle, he kissed that laurel-bearing soil. Another reason, too, may be the fact that all of the shrubs that are planted and received in our houses, this is the only one that is never struck by lightning. It is for these reasons, in my opinion, that the post of honor has been awarded to the laurel more particularly in triumphs, and not, as Mesurius says, because it was used for the purposes of fumigation and purification from the blood of the enemy. In addition to the above particulars, it is not permitted to defile the laurel and the olive by applying them to profane uses. So much so, indeed, that not even the propitiation of the divinities should a fire be lighted with them at either altar or shrine. Indeed, it is very evident that the laurel protests against such usage by crackling as it does in the fire, thus in a manner giving expression to its abhorrence of such treatment. The wood of this tree when eaten is good as specific for internal maladies and affections of the sinews. It is said that when it thundered, the Emperor Tiberius was in the habit of putting on a wreath of laurel to allay his apprehensions of disastrous effects from the lightning. There are also some remarkable facts connected with laurel in the history of the late Emperor Augustus. Once while Livia Drusilla, who afterwards on her marriage with the emperor assumed the name of Augusta, at the time that she was affianced to him, was seated, there fell into her lap a hen of remarkable whiteness, which an eagle let fall from a loaf without its receiving the slightest injury. On Livia viewing it without any symptoms of alarm, it was discovered that miracle was added to miracle. It held in its beak a branch of laurel covered with berries. The aruspices gave orders that the hen and her progeny should be carefully preserved, and the branch planted and tended with religious care. This was accordingly done at the country house belonging to Caesar's, on the Flaminian Way, near the banks of Tiber, 8 miles from the city, from which circumstance that road has since received the title Ad Gallinas. From the branch there now has arisen, wondrous to relative, quite a grove, and Augustus Caesar afterwards, when celebrating a triumph, held the branch of it in his hand and wore a wreath of this laurel on his head. Since which time all the succeeding emperors have followed his example. Hence, too, has originated the custom of planting the branches which they have held on these occasions, and we thus see groves of laurel still existing which owe their respective names to this circumstance. It was on the above occasion, too, that not improbably a change was effected in the usual laurel of the triumph. The laurel is the only one among the trees that in the Latin language has given an appellation to a man, and it is the only one the leaf of which has a distinct name of its own, it being known by the name of laurea. The name of this tree is still retained by one place in the city of Rome, for we find a spot in the Aventine Mount still known by the name of Lauretum, where formerly a laurel grove existed. The laurel is employed in purifications, and we may here mention, incidentally, that it will grow from slips, through Democritus and Theophrastus have expressed their doubts as to that fact. We shall now proceed to speak of the forest trees. End of section 26.